Hello and welcome everybody to our third global face-to-face fundraising summit. My name is Günther. I'm the CEO of the Austrian Fundraising Association, and I'm around more than 40 years here in the sector, non-profit sector in the country, but also in international ones. I would like to welcome this really global community to this event. We have participants from the United States, from New Zealand, Chile, Norway, Philippines, or Kenya. Also, this country, this continent is represented, and I'm really proud that we have all you around on this event. Face-to-face fundraising is something I was more or less grew up because it was first invented here in Austria. They first tested, then it begins really to become a global fundraising tool. Today, nonprofits in more than 50 countries rely on face-to-face fundraising in different ways. Everybody's doing it a little bit different. But what we want to do here in Austria with this summit, together with all the actors, all the people who help us organizing this event, is really to share the skills and share the knowledge about face-to-face on a global scale. The corona pandemic has challenged us all in the office, in our private life, in our business, of course, and even more in face-to-face fundraising when it comes down to lockdown situations and hindering us to doing our work. But anyway, it was great that we can see each other also during that time with our first two summits, and to share the experience that people make in the different countries with the technology, of course, also shifting some resources in different ways, developing new techniques in the sector. And especially, I think today we want to have a look, a new loop on the face-to-face industry globally to see what are the upcoming issues for the sector. Together with our partners, we would like to share this knowledge throughout this summit, the third summit. I mentioned this, and if you have time, have a look on the website. You can also see the screens of the first and second global summit as well. But at the end of the day, we would like to meet in person. That was the challenge we started in the site 5 or 6 years ago. And the next year, I hope we can really organize the first international face-to-face congress here in Vienna in person with your participants. Together with the program committee, we have conducted a program for this day, which tackle all the fields of the sector and the challenges worldwide. I think we see a lot of new inspiring issues, which comes from different countries, the different organizations, the non-profits, but also the agencies helping us in developing our tools. Having said this, I would like to thank also our partners and sponsors. A big thank to our premium sponsors, Formonauts and Evergiving on one hand, but also the other partners and sponsors, Dialogue Direct, the Global Fundraising Group, UK Fundraising, but also HSP, the fundraisers, an agency here in Europe. Last but not least, I would like to thank also our supporters, Darrell Upsell International, the European Fundraising Association, the Fundraising Magazine as a medium partner, Fundraising Everywhere, of course, and the International Public Fundraising Council, IPFC. Last but not least, I will thank all the speakers to share their times and their knowledge with all of us. I would like to thank the program committee to putting together the program and to moderate and these sessions. And last but not least, Turner PR to helping us rolling out the program on the social media side, and my team on organizing everything. So thank you so much for joining us today, and have an inspiring third global face-to-face summit.
Thank you, Gunther, and good morning, everyone. How are you today? Welcome to the Global Face-to-Face Fundraising Summit 2022. My name is Simon Scriver. I am your live host for today. I'm very honored to be with you all and to be guiding us through the program today. I've got a bit of housekeeping before we get into our first session. For those of you who don't know me, I am one of the co-founders of Fundraising Everywhere and Everywhere Plus, the virtual event platform that you're on. I am a recovered face-to-face fundraiser. I started face-to-face fundraising It's 18 or 19 years ago on the sunny streets of Melbourne. And if you've been to one of these before in the last couple of years, you've seen me as a host before, and you will see that I am a global joke because my personal best is only 6. And so every year I get a hard time from face-to-faces. But I love the face-to-face crowd, and I'm very happy to see you tuning in from all over the world. I can see in the chat box already we've got a number of people around Europe, a lot of Europeans from I see Vienna, I see Belgium, I see a few Swedes, obviously Spain and England and Ireland, where I am tuning in from. I'm in Dublin, Ireland. But we also have some South Africans and Australians tuning in. So I love this because every year we get everyone, all the face-to-faces from around the world, descending into this one place until we are able to meet in person. And I know I say this every year, but next year is going to be the year that we all meet face-to-face in person finally. I guarantee it this time. No more global catastrophes. We will meet next year. But anyway, for today, we are virtual, and this is still great because I know not everyone can travel to sunny Austria for the face-to-face one. So do come and join us here. We're here all day. So the way today is going to work, we're actually running our program twice today. So if you do miss any of the sessions today, this morning, if you get called away, you can come back later on today. And we do this to pick up as many of the time zones as possible. We know it's hard to tune in. We have a lot of international speakers as well. And so it's been quite the mission trying to corral everyone. We have had a few sicknesses and things like that. So you may have seen the program change a little bit over time, but we do have some great speakers and some great topics today. We are going to be looking at the state of face-to-face fundraising as it is in the last year, and just checking in with some of our global partners and friends around the world to see what is happening, what are the latest trends in face-to-face. We're also going to be, as always, talking a little bit about recruitment and retention. We've got some data to share and just kind of thinking about what we can do, as always, to improve the retention of these face-to-face recruits. I'm sure we will be talking about face-to-face staff recruitment, which is always a bit of a challenge, but we've got a few things to say about that. And then we've got some other interesting discussions coming up just with experts and some familiar faces that you might know, getting their thoughts on what has been happening in the world of face-to-face lately. So a little bit about the platform that you're on. Hopefully you've seen the chat box already. If you haven't tried it, go ahead and try it. Say hello, write in the chat box your name and hello, and let us know where you're tuning in from. Just get comfortable with that chat box, because really throughout the day, we want you to chat to each other, chat to us, let us know your thoughts and opinions, let us know what's going on in your part of the world, and throw questions at our panelists. That's what they're here for today. A number of them will be joining us live to answer your questions. So throughout the sessions, do feel free to just pop your questions in the chat box. I will be keeping an eye on them, and I will be your man with the microphone asking those questions. If you have any technical issues watching this, if you have any trouble, then please do try refreshing your page. That solves everything. Turning it off and turning it back on again generally solves everything in this world. But if you are still having issues, you will see a little button or a little link underneath the chat box for some technical help, or you can email the platform people hello@everywhereplus.com, and they will guide you through and get you going. Oh, we've got someone from Malaysia. Hello, Gordon. And we've got more Swedes turning up. We've got Norwegian Red Cross. Hello to you, Lotte. I love this. I love seeing all the international ones. Croatia. It makes me want to go. It makes me want to travel, but I can live vicariously through you guys. So there you go. That is what today is looking like. I hope this all makes sense for you. I hope you're all in the right place. Please do get engaged in the chat box. Please do throw your questions, thoughts, and strong opinions at us. We know face-to-face people have a lot of strong opinions, but let's shut me up because I know I have a tendency to get carried away. And let's get into our first session. This is going to be our first session. We've had an opening, but our first session that we're going to have is a panel discussion, which is really a global overview. And I actually love this every year because it just gets me back in the loop of what's actually happening in these international offices and regional face-to-face groups around the world. And just and I also get to see Daryl Upsall's face, which is the highlight of anyone's day, isn't it? So Daryl, I'm sure you all know, Daryl will be chairing this panel discussion today. But also we have Blanca Perez Ramos, who is going to be tuning in from Malaysia, sharing her experience from UNICEF. Juan Edelschein from Spain, Sherry Bell from the USA, and Peter Hills-Jones from Australia are on this panel. So truly international. You don't know how difficult it is getting all these people in different time zones to talk at the same time. You wouldn't get this sort of face-to-face conference, I'm telling you. These virtual ones are much harder to organize. So there you go. Let's get on to our first session, and I'm going to hand it across to Daryl to kick it off, and I'll see you after this.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the third Global Face-to-Face Summit in virtual form. We're so excited about next year when we'll be live and in person. I'm Daryl Upsall. I'm the president of Daryl Upsall International. I've been in fundraising some 38 years, and I've been around fundraising using face-to-face since the very earliest days with Greenpeace in Austria. This session, session one of the day, is a global overview of where we are in face-to-face. Obviously, it's been a challenging few years for face-to-face in many different ways and in different ways around the world. Now we've got through COVID, we hope, fingers crossed, as we enter the northern winter. Let's see where we are in the world today. Let's see how the market has evolved and changed. And to help us with that, we've got an amazing panel from around the world covering face-to-face in different continents, different contexts. And I would really like to have the panel introduce themselves, if you don't mind, before we move on with having a discussion. So, Blanca, may we start with you?
Yes, thank you, Daryl. Hello, my name is Blanca Perez, and I'm currently Chief Private Sector Fundraising and Partnerships for UNICEF in Malaysia.
Thank you. Sherry.
Hi, my name is Sherry Bell. Thanks for having me. I am CEO of Grow Fundraising and Consulting, and also the president of the board of the directors for the PFFA in the US.
Thanks a lot, Sherry. Juan.
Hi, my name is Juan Edelschein, and I work in international fundraising, and I'm the director in Spain, Mexico, Peru, and Panama.
Thanks, Juan. And Peter, all the way from London.
Yeah, good day. Nice to meet everyone today. My name is Peter Hills-Jones. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Fundraising Regulatory Association in Australia, and was also CEO of the PFA in the UK for many years.
Thanks, everyone. So let's kick off. What is the overall current situation of face-to-face around the world for your organizations or for your market? Let's kick off by hearing about the USA. Sherry.
Okay, thank you. So the US, just to kind of get us up to speed, all programs that existed prior to the pandemic have relaunched, and this happened by about spring 2021. So we've been up and running for quite a bit of time. But honestly, the bulk of programs relaunched in 2020, summer as soon as June, May and June, and then also in the fall. So there were just a few hangover programs in the spring of 2021. So this did vary a little bit by region. So in the States, we had state and municipal requirements and restrictions. So some programs did ebb and flow around that. But most of all, the channel was full steam ahead, except for a few pauses due to surges. So that's kind of where we are right now in this really robust growth spurt that's been really exciting, where we've seen a lot of nonprofits enter the face-to-face space, and a lot of new agencies that have sprouted out of COVID or during COVID, which was not expected. So all trends point upward at this point in the US.
That's great to hear. Juan, how's the situation in Spain and the Latin American countries you're operating in currently?
It has been completely different in every country. Each country has its own specifics, and it has been growing in different levels. In Spain, as Sherry said, we were up and running in the middle of 2020, but in Mexico, in Peru, it took longer to have all the restrictions removed. Currently, we're running okay in all countries with different levels of success. Some countries were surpassing the numbers we had before the pandemic, and in some others we are I don't know, maybe a 20% of what we did before the pandemic. So it's completely different. It varies a lot, but most of the countries are wide open, and the future seems pretty bright for us.
That's great to hear. Blanca, you've got the broadest portfolio of just about anybody in the world in face-to-face fundraising, I think. You're in the most countries than more than anybody else. So give us the overview from where you're sitting.
Yeah, so overall for UNICEF, although face-to-face is back open in all countries, I believe, the volume has not gone up yet to what it was previous globally. And before the pandemic, it represented around 60% of our global acquisition. And now it's around 42%, I believe, for 2021. So we are still not there. Other channels have arose, although we are over acquisition from the previous period. So last year we brought in more donors globally than before the pandemic, but not through face-to-face still, right? But the situation looks good. In Asia specifically, it's been a bit longer, the thing, because of the extended lockdowns. They were, at the start, it was a bit slower, the closures, but then it went on, and last year still we had some serious lockdowns, especially in Malaysia and other countries around. So that affected a lot the acquisition through face-to-face. We are not back and running, but I believe also in the region there's still a lot of fear for COVID. So it's a bit slower than we thought, but it looks nice. It looks good. People are back in the streets. The shopping malls are open, and the countries are finally open to tourism, because it was closed just up to March this year, May. Some are still just opening now. So yeah, it looks good. The future looks good, but it's I believe in Asia it's been a bit slower than the rest of the world.
Yeah, thanks for that, Blanca. Peter, Australia had a challenging time pre-COVID. How has it come out of COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, in 2019, so our pre-COVID full year, face-to-face delivered around 330,000 donors to our members. So certainly we were heading in the right direction before COVID. Australia had some of the earliest, hardest and longest lockdowns of anywhere in the world, particularly here in Victoria. And I'll talk a bit more about the different federal structure here in Australia and how that's affected face-to-face during the pandemic and how it's affecting our recovery. We dropped to around about 180,000 in 2020. We saw a partial recovery in 21 to around 220,000 donors. And our early modeling from our members would suggest that we're probably going to be heading back to around 250, 260, 100,000 donors this year. I think we've got some structural issues within the marketplace here, primarily around recruitment, which I know we'll probably get onto in some of the later questions as well. But yeah, certainly the recovery has been sporadic. I think the good news from feedback from our members has certainly been that those pledges who are coming back via face-to-face, they're performing very well. And there have been a number of charities in the last 6 to 9 months who have had some of their best figures ever as well. So for those charities that maintained a really good relationship with their agencies during that very long down period and actually spent that time restructuring and refocusing their campaigns, came back into the market stronger and took advantage, it must be said, of some hesitancy from some charities to move back into face-to-face when the lockdowns ended. So it's a really mixed picture. So some good news in there, but still a fair way to go, I would say.
It's interesting what you say there, Peter, about some organizations have benefited almost from it. And I guess that leads to my next question. COVID was obviously a big hit for the sector as a whole, especially face-to-face. But in many ways, what I saw from our previous conversations in the previous conferences, there was enormous creativity and learning. And I would like to hear from each of you, if you don't mind, what has been learned and in what ways have you in a way almost benefited from the learnings that COVID forced upon us? Juan, what's changed in terms of the way you operate, for example?
I think that many organizations, agencies, we were like very comfortable in what we had, and we did not improve constantly. We were not as lean as a company as we should have been, and this helped us in many ways. We changed in all different areas. We became more efficient. We became more chameleonic, if I can say that. Now, if there's a lockdown, we do phone calls. If there are no private sites, we go to the streets. So we are constantly on our toes, waiting for something to change, and we're ready to adapt. Before, adaptation was really hard for us. Now adaptation comes as a given. We're used to it. We're waiting for it. So I think it helped us in that way. We are much more efficient. We are maximizing the use of our resources. So I think we have become better as a sector after the pandemic, because we are more competitive than we used to be.
Thanks, Juan. Peter, you mentioned, in fact, those organizations that built better relationships with their agencies as one of the outcomes. And certainly that's something I've been picking up from around the world. What other changes like that did you experience in Australia, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think one of the other major issues was charities developing better relationships, but also deeper relationships. So investing in technology, there's a lot of work going on here in Australia with between charities and agencies to develop better real-time monitoring of fundraising teams. So a number of charities now are able to monitor the performance of their teams in the field. They can see through geolocation tracking exactly where they are. They can be cross-referencing that against demographic data that sits underneath the areas that they're going into. Here in Australia, I think it's fair to say that the recovery has been driven primarily by door-to-door fundraising and private site fundraising. Street fundraising is lagging quite a fair way behind those two at the moment. I think it's going to take a while for that to come back. But some of that technological innovation has been really positive, so that charities are understanding where their donors are coming from, and agencies have a better understanding that they need to be improving their reporting on the performance of those campaigns.
Exciting news. I mean, Blanca, UNICEF is renowned for being at the forefront of innovation in many areas of fundraising. And I'm sure you innovated and learned a great deal during the lockdown and post-lockdown for the last couple of years, all this as well. Tell me a little bit about how you've adapted, changed, learned from this period.
Yeah, well, as I heard Juan and Peter and I so much feel related to that. It was a big hit for all of us. No, we all depended a lot in face-to-face, and we also love face-to-face, the streets, the power of the speaking to someone, right? So it was very hard for all of us to convert, to try to adapt. And I was listening to Juan and trying to start with calls. So we all started, I think, a bit in the same way, like trying to adapt and change and like move into telemarketing. But as we all know, that was a big challenge, because the profile of a phaser and a telemarketer is not exactly the same, right? The phasers live off being together and having fun and being there, right? And putting them to call, it was very hard for them alone in their homes, while everything was happening to us too as people, right? So the phasers were also suffering. Everyone was suffering a lot. So we did convert. We did try telemarketing. I think I haven't heard of a super successful office that did this, but we all did, and we saved it. No. I wanted to highlight again what Peter was saying about the importance of the relationship with the agencies, because this was crucial for us, right? Having agencies as real partners. I lived the first of the pandemic in Chile, and we have some very close partners as agencies that, and we work together towards moving to new ways of doing this. And it was super relevant to trust each other and to really look for solutions together, not leave it only to them, or not being alone. And this also highlighted the eternal kind of risk of having an in-house versus having an agency. In-house teams were hard to manage too, because of course it was the same with the agencies, right? You don't. What do you do with them? You don't have the technology in-house to develop the call, so we all had to depend. So we were not prepared. That's basically it. But I think we have learned a lot. The good thing is, at least for us in UNICEF and specifically in the offices I work, diversification has come finally. After years of trying, diversification hit us, and we finally managed to have other successful channels, although face-to-face will remain one of the biggest ones in the future, I hope so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Sherry, the US was, if you don't mind me saying, kind of late to the party in face-to-face. But as in many kind of situations, that means you're not carrying all the heavy backlog of history, and you can start with a cleaner slate, as it were. How did the US market kind of bounce out and learn from the experience with relatively new players, I'd imagine?
Well, I think we could probably do a whole segment just on that in my mind, but I won't. So I think, I believe Juan and Blanca both touched on this, but we were all going through these challenges professionally and personally, which kind of compounded the process of going through it. I agree with what's already been said, and I won't belabor it, that reliable partnerships are important. But in the US, I think we also learned that it's important to have those partnerships, but it's also important to consider those things in contractual agreements, all of the what if scenarios. And, what in the US, perhaps like other countries, it was, kind of the CDC and on the federal level and the state level and all this guidance and restriction coming at that was very divided in the US. So I think we learned how to kind of sift through that. I remember sift through that and kind of document it, right, with processes. Like if this happens, this is what we do. Your insurance doesn't cover it, so now everyone's got new insurance and these types of things. But Daryl, I remember one thing specifically at the first Global Summit, one of the questions was, is face-to-face going to survive? And I think what we learned from this is kind of what some of us already knew. Face-to-face will always find a way, right? And it will be through the craziest tests. We're going to put the fundraisers on the phone. We're going to do all these things, but it will survive because it's an industry chock full of fundraisers. And on the agency side, entrepreneurs that just will not settle for anything less than success. So I think coming through it, what we've learned is, at least for me, and what I try to instill is a sense of confidence in the channel. It will adapt, it will evolve. And just to follow that up and just support that, we need to build that into processes and eventualities that may come if there's another pandemic or who knows what else could happen here in the US. I mean, it is kind of a crazy time for us. So, at the end of the day, I think that everything everyone said, I would echo that. Going last is difficult on a question like this, but I think also documenting that and kind of writing that into the contract. So there's no question for how do we support our fundraisers. There's already a process in place of what if. So that's all I would add to round that out.
Thanks a lot, Sherry. That's a very interesting thought you've just brought to the forefront. Is face-to-face encourages entrepreneurialism, and it really does. And in fact, maybe you find what you were getting to earlier was we'd actually got a bit used to business as usual and ceased to be quite as creative and entrepreneurial as we needed to. And this was the jolt that we needed again, to be creative, entrepreneurial, smart, business-like, because we're moving a lot of money, a lot of people, a lot of resources. And if we're not doing that in a very business-like, entrepreneurial and creative way, we're letting down our donors at the end of the day, and at the end, failing in our mission. And that raises an interesting challenge as well, because right now, what are the residual challenges? We're talking in Europe, certainly at least, of cost of living crisis caused by Ukraine and so forth, and other issues. Huge competition for human resources across all sectors. Coming back to you, Sherry, what are the residual challenges that US agencies and nonprofits are facing?
I believe Peter alluded to this earlier. It is the cost to hire, train, and retain staff. This has been felt in all aspects of the recruiting pipeline, outside of face-to-face, but specifically focusing on face-to-face. It's everything from ad placement to, you have the COVID issues of where fundraisers report and how. Is it an office space? Is it in the park? There's just every single piece of the recruiting pipeline in face-to-face has been impacted by the pandemic. And other factors that are happening in the world, whether it's Ukraine or in the US, there's a lot of, depending on where you live, there's a lot of different things going on with minimum wages and this type of stuff. And I think that, with these challenges, that's probably the biggest, impact right now in the face-to-face space. As we were talking about earlier, pre-COVID, the face-to-face industry in the US was looking to breach or break that 500,000 donor mark in 2021 or 2020 or 2021. And, we all got set back and we're all moving back towards that. But that is an amazing amount of fundraisers to be able to accomplish that. So it's not just the cost, it's also the ability for internal and in the US, mostly agencies to figure out how to replace that resource, which is not just financial and staff, but it's years and years of experience, which I think anyone would argue. If you could pay and get that experience back on the team you had pre-COVID, it would be much easier to grow. But most people are starting with somewhat of a newer team. And in face-to-face, that's just not something you can read a book and do. No. So I think that, and I think also, it's not just recruiting staff, but it's also in the US. It's always been somewhat of a bit of a market where there's very little, not very little, it's a lot, but smaller budgets and smaller amounts of charities doing face-to-face and a lot of agencies. So for the first time, we have a surge of nonprofits, charities doing face-to-face in the US. And from a PFFA perspective, new members just coming on at a pace we've never seen, which is exciting, except that's also happening at a time when the agencies are trying to rebuild. So for the first time, it's kind of this market where, wow, now there's all this budget. Where's the capacity? And I think that's kind of, it's a good problem to have, but that does push some shifts in the market and how people negotiate and prioritize clients and things that the US has been a little bit insulated to up to this point. I'm sure other countries have had lots of experience with that and shifting those things around. So I think the US is really trying to settle in for us in particular and figure out, okay, what does that look like? What does it mean? And what should we be doing now to kind of get ahead of that and not just focus on the fact that, the geography in the US makes it really easy to grow and expand and focus more on how we might do that in a sustainable way. Thank you.
And Peter, one of the challenges, apart from, as you mentioned earlier, the challenge of recruiting staff, bringing new people into the teams and so forth. In Australia, you had quite a challenge in terms of public relations and the profile and the image of face-to-face, which I don't know whether that's now been kind of forgotten as we've moved through other crises, but are there any special, uniquely Australian challenges you think you're facing, and any restrictions, for example, in legislation? Or?
Yeah, I think there's a few things which I'll touch on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously there was that would have been over 5 years ago. I think there was a fairly major, fairly negative media story. I think the sector has changed hugely since in the last 5 years, and I don't just mean during COVID. I think there was a long-term process. The major situation within the labour market was a wholesale shift away from independent contractors to employed staff, which was a very big change here in Australia. The majority of staff were independent contractors. That led to a number of very high-performing independent contractors moving out of the face-to-face market because they were able to earn more money as an independent contractor working in other markets. So we were faced with a recruitment issue even before the pandemic, and I won't repeat the point, it's pretty self-evident, but the approach of the Australian government was on the one hand, very generous in terms of the JobKeeper was very generous. For some of the supply chains, it meant that was fantastic because it meant they were able to survive through the pandemic and actually come back stronger. The cash position was actually stronger as we came out, which was good. The downside was that the JobKeeper was not available to a number of people on particular visas, which meant we have had a huge labour exodus as people were forced to leave the country because they weren't being provided with any financial support from the state. So we are looking at some positive changes coming through. So the new trade deal between Australia and Britain will be removing the one of the main barriers for British working holiday visas to come to Australia, which is that you need to work for at least a year doing pretty hard backbreaking agricultural labour before you can get your extra third year. That's been removed. Hasn't been implemented yet, but when that is actually implemented, we will be anticipating, hopefully, as the Northern Hemisphere enters its winter, that many people will want to come down and enjoy the fantastic environment down here in Australia. So if anyone's on the call today and fancies a trip down under, then we would definitely encourage that. So I think there are some positive changes in the mix. The other thing I would say that, particularly within Australia, is that the different state-by-state approaches presented some very, very difficult challenges. So we had our internal borders actually shut. So the border between, say, New South Wales and Queensland was actually completely shut, which coming from the UK, certainly I found pretty surprising. And that led to the inability of agencies and charities to actually move their teams around effectively and manage some of those lockdowns. And in particular, Victoria, which had the hardest and longest lockdowns, we are way below our kind of potential capacity in terms of face-to-face fundraising, because it's just very hard to get people to relocate back here after they've already left and up their lives and move to other parts of the country as well. So yeah, a couple of unique things that are within here in Australia. It's a relatively small population, around 26 million people in a country that's in a country that's basically the same size as the US. So it's very geographically spread, but then concentrated in very, very small number of urban areas, obviously. So yeah, we're positive that we can get our recruitment back up, but I think initially we were hoping it would be a 2-year recovery. I think we're now looking more realistically, it's probably going to be 3 to 5 years in terms of getting back to where we were before, I think.
Thanks, Peter. And Juan, I know often we've had conversations about our biggest competitor is actually the electricity, the gas, and the credit card companies, not anything else. And has that changed, or is that still a challenge when it comes to recruiting staff for face-to-face in Spain?
It's a challenge everywhere, and in Latin America maybe less. There aren't so many competitors in other areas like banks or gas companies. But here in Spain, it's terrible. They are our biggest competitors. They have very deep pockets, and it's difficult to match what they are offering. To see it on the positive side, I think that people before the pandemic, at least the fundraisers we are looking for, were more economically driven. They were always looking for more money, for more commission, etc. And now we see people changing their preferences, and we're looking for people that look for shorter hours, for a short week, maybe to work 3 days or just on the weekend. And other competitors don't offer that, and we are willing to offer that, willing to search for people that are with the cause in their hearts and looking for money also. It's impossible to have a fundraiser that's not economically driven, at least a successful one. They always want to have their commission, they want to earn good money, so it's a mixture. So I think on the positive side, we can see that people have changed their perspective, and now money is not everything. They're looking for more comfortable jobs, not to travel that far, to commute less. And I think that we're more flexible in that perspective than other competitors. So even though recruiting is really hard right now, really, really hard everywhere. We can see that as a positive thing. We're adaptive. We offer some, I don't know if this word exists in English, but I'm going to say it. So intangible things that you can touch. Yeah, great.
Intangible benefits.
Intangible benefits that can get us some people that others can get. So I don't know. I'm optimistic about it, and recruiting is hard, but we'll turn it around.
Thanks, Juan. And maybe now looking at the kind of other side of the equation, we've talked a lot about the agencies, the non-profits, the recruiters. Has anything changed specifically amongst the donors? Are we seeing a different gender balance, different age? Are we looking for older donors or finding older donors? Has anything changed? And again, going back to you, Juan, in the countries you're in, are there any changes in profile or expectations from the clients of changes in profile?
In profiles, we haven't seen many differences, although we're trying to change the profile. We're working hard on getting older donors, and I don't know if everybody knows this, but in Latin America, the payment method is very important. You need to get credit cards, not debit cards, not bank accounts. So we're trying hard to get that profile donor, but it hasn't changed that much. It is more difficult to get donors, as you mentioned earlier, or Sherry. The situation around the world is interesting, at least. So we are post-pandemic. There's this important war. There's an incredible inflation in most of the countries. So getting donors is difficult. Even if people are not economically hit, the situation or the feeling they see in the atmosphere makes them more difficult to donate. So they check the money. They are more cautious with that. But we're getting donors and we're switching the profile, but on purpose, not as a thing after the post-pandemic. I don't see that in any country we're working in.
Blanca, I missed you last time, and I want to bring you in again early now, I think. In terms of UNICEF, you have the biggest, again, spread of fundraising operations around the world. Are you seeing any changes? In Asia, typically, I think donors were much younger than, say, North Europe or North America. Has anything changed in that process?
Not necessarily in the profile of donors that we are bringing in. Still same profile, but I would say that exactly what Juan was saying. What we noticed, and I've discussed this with my colleagues in the region too, is that the economical situation after the pandemic and so has hit us now and not at the beginning. So it was not so much in 2020, but since half 2021 and and during 2022, we are really seeing an impact in the average donation and things like that. Not very bad, but it's the first years that we are not growing the average donation for a long time, because of we believe it's the economical situation, not that much that Malaysia specifically is badly hit. It's more the general fear of what's going to happen or how are things going. So, because then we do upgrade campaigns and they work as good as always. So it's more of the first donation. It's a bit harder to get it, and as much as we want to push the agencies and the in general, it's not working as well as it used to. So yeah, that I would say is the only change we've noticed in the donors side.
Anything on retention, Blanca? I mean, any changes in terms of retention patterns, and that'll open up to everybody on that one as well.
No, not really. In general, of course, we've in Malaysia, we've seen some changes, but it's more because of the diversification of channels. But if I look channel by channel, there's not big changes in face-to-face. It's pretty good retention channel for our market, and it's still the same. It's harder to get donors, and again, as all we're saying, what we are suffering more is to find facers more than the donors. But once the donors come in, they behave very similar to how they used to before. Yeah.
Peter, I recall you and me at a conference that you organised in the UK some years ago now. I can't remember how long back. And the big debate of that conference was retention, because attrition rates were going through the roof. Are you seeing any changes in Australia with retention, attrition rates, whatever?
Yeah, I think we're seeing there are some differences, I would say, in Australia, but it is sporadic across the membership. Kind of looping back to what I was saying before, I think for those charities and agencies that spent the downtime really refining their campaigns, I think they've come back to market with they've been able to get slightly younger donors. Now, a big part of that is that older people are generally still fairly reluctant, or more reluctant than they were to be out and about in public in large areas and large crowds than they were before. I think we're starting to see some of those campaigns, the gift amounts slightly higher than they were before. The kind of demographic that we're targeting, that if you are able to keep your job during the pandemic, yes, the cost of living is definitely going up here as well, same as everywhere. But the retention for some of the campaigns has been extremely good. So the campaigns are actually performing better than they were pre-COVID. So whether or not that is a long-term change that can be sustained over the course of 4, 5, 6 years, obviously the data will tell us. But overall, I think there's some very positive signs within the market here that charities that have had a real focus on quality and really focused on what a quality donor looks like to us, and not just relying on what an agency tells them as a quality donor for them. So if you're combining a strong charity brand with a relentless focus on quality, and they've been able to maintain a stable workforce, those charities are doing exceptionally well.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Shuri, I mean, you mentioned earlier, the USA is geographically so broad and diverse. And are you seeing any changes, either in geography or even diversity? Are different communities in the US becoming attracted face-to-face, or is it business as usual again there, or what's the thing?
Well, so that's
a lot. That's quite loaded.
Well, yeah. So I think pre-COVID, the PFFA has always tracked how many states and cities the face-to-face was active in. And face-to-face is definitely active in more areas where agencies have tried to move into medium and smaller markets, because the hiring situation is different in those markets because it's governed by state and local municipal laws. So agencies have been really creative in spreading out into places in Iowa and places that, perhaps were not big ones on the map before. The great thing is, generally speaking, I don't have a specific data set, but generally speaking, as I understand it, those smaller markets have higher pledge per day rates because they've not seen face-to-face, right? This is something that's new and kind of exciting and engaging. And I think that could be a good thing. So I think it is spread out geographically. Face-to-face has grown into more places with probably smaller teams. As far as the donors go, we've not had a market update since our spring work group. At that time, we were looking at donors acquired at or after COVID. We were looking at about 1.5 years of data. And the US did experience pretty much across the board a COVID glow, where donors were retaining a little bit better, giving a little bit higher average gift. And that seemed to be, in the spring, as reported to us by Integral, had kind of settled back down. And we're hoping to get another update at our work group here in the fall, because then we'll have 2 full years of where all the donors have 24 months on file, and we can really kind of identify that. But as far as what I've seen, the average gift, the average age, those things have pretty much stayed the same. I would argue, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I think that part of, learning how to handle whatever comes to us in the future is learning how to think a little more disruptively in our own heads and not just go along with what we've learned, because some of those lessons were learned 15 years ago in a market that was still doing paper forms at the time. So, it's the impact, the cause, what really is that quality donor, as you guys are talking about. And I think in the US, hopefully what we'll see in the new year is maybe a purposeful change in the donor demographics to kind of retest now that we've got back end processes and retention strategies and those things in place, which was not the case 15 years ago. So
it's all good to hear. I have to say, things are happening. No glum faces here on the face-to-face panel. And on that note, we're coming towards the end. What do you see the future? Are we looking at growth in quality, growth in numbers? Are there some new challenges? How optimistic are you? Juan, starting with you.
I am very optimistic, and I share Sherry's perspective. Face-to-face will be here forever. It will never stop. We're people. We need to talk to other people. We need to be on the streets. We need to communicate. We need to see a friendly face, and we're specialized in that. We get the best fundraisers, people who are very happy, people who transmit a lot, who transmit all the causes we represent. So I think this is a good time for us moving forward. As I said at the beginning, we have countries where things are very difficult, and I don't know what the future will be, but those are like very specific with other situations, political, economical, and we don't know how that will develop. But in most of the countries we're in, things look pretty great. And I think that the end of 2022 will be great, and 2023 will be an excellent year for all of us. I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you. Peter, do you share Juan's optimism?
I do. I think the face-to-face market here in Australia and in many other countries will be a little bit smaller than it has been historically. I think it's going to take a long time for us to get the fundraising numbers up. However, what I'm seeing and what I'm hoping will continue as a trend is that we're going to have potentially a smaller number of better skilled, more motivated fundraisers engaging with donors who stay for longer. That there's some evidence within the data. I think we have to wait and see if it's a long-term trend that is happening. But yeah, no, overall, I would say we're becoming a more data-driven sector, which I think is really good. I'd love to see more collaboration. These kinds of events are fantastic. More collaboration, more cross-country learning, but also more open book sharing of data. If we could put together the global face-to-face report each year that showed the global trends and had some really interesting background data for people to use. I think there's a huge area for continued expansion. But I think if you look at many of the areas around, say, for instance, privacy, consent, privacy by design, the long-term impact of GDPR in the EU and the overall move towards similar systems in other countries, is that face-to-face will become more attractive in the wake of governments and corporations making different changes around how individuals are consenting to be contacted. So, a lot of charities, and as Cherry said in the US, and it's the same here in Australia and has been in the UK, when charities have made decisions around their fundraising that haven't worked out, what have they turned to in order to rebuild their donor base? It's been face-to-face fundraising. So, when done well, face-to-face still remains one of the most effective forms of fundraising, and that's a fundamental that I don't think COVID has changed. Now, what we do with that potential moving forward is the really interesting point, I think.
Good question. Sherry, briefly, how do you feel about the future?
I am optimistic, and briefly, I think that that optimism is kind of sits on the understanding that as an industry, we need to look at our challenges as opportunities. And so many of the stories and so many of the things, I know we all think the same. Every country is different, but our experiences and how we've kind of come back from that is the same. I think the future of face-to-face fundraising, at least in the US and probably internationally, is going to come down to some real innovation and getting out of our comfortable space of knowing that we can fall back on face-to-face and it's going to rebuild that donor base, and really thinking not just different ways to do face-to-face. We've done airports and malls and streets and door and all this stuff, but different products within face-to-face. And there are some individuals working and innovating to that end. So that's what I think. I'm optimistic, but I think we really need to challenge ourselves, hold our feet to the fire, and really think of how we can do things, continue to do things better and differently in the future.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm leaving the last word to you, Blanca. How do you feel about the future? It's a big world out there.
Yeah, no, I feel very optimistic. I share the optimism. I think the power of talking to someone in the eye still cannot be challenged, and I do think we will come back to the volumes we were bringing. But I also think one of the positive things that has happened with this is that thanks to this diversification to other channels, the burden of volume is off face-to-face completely, that it was what it was. So maybe it's an opportunity for us to focus more on not only on the quality, but as Cher was saying, to really see how can we evolve face-to-face with the learnings of what has happened now, and not go back to normal, but really look into ways of doing this in more sustainable and integrated ways with other channels too. So if anything has to happen, we are more prepared, because if we go back to normal, we will go back again to be at risk if anything like this has to happen again. But let's hope it won't. But still, let's take that learning and do things in more innovative and integrated ways, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, panel. I've been hearing be bold, be brave, be innovative, be there. And with that, I wish you every success in all of your work. Thank you for participating in this panel, and let's move on. Look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Well, it's a fantastic discussion there. Really appreciate it. And we have an audience from all over the world. I'm amazed how many we have from Asia, for example, at this time of day, late in the day for you. Going to jump right in the questions. We've had a whole load of questions come in during the session, and comment and feedback. So I'm really pleased about that. I'm going to kick in straight away with the question about contingency planning, which has come in from Gareth. What contingency planning should we be doing after such a large shock? Who's going to kick off? Let's go, Juan.
Hi, Dario. Good morning. I think it's very difficult to have a contingency plan for things like COVID. Obviously, we learned many things, as we said before. Now we know how to do other kind of fundraising. However, it's impossible for us to have a contingency plan for things such as big as a global pandemic. I think there's no way to have a plan good enough for you to go ahead without a single scratch. You will get hit. You will be bumped. But the things we learned are the things that need to be put in this contingency plan. The phone campaigns, the changing to some digital platforms, etc. I think those things need to be learned and maintained in any way you can. If you can maintain a small phone campaign, that will be good, a small digital campaign, and that way you can go ahead whenever you have a problem like this.
Thanks, Juan. Blanca, I know you're in a rush because it's you've got other things to move to, but UNICEF is always dealing with emergencies as well as long-term support. But what about UNICEF? How are you preparing for the next crisis? It may not be a pandemic, it may be economic.
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree with Juan. It's quite difficult to make contingency plans that, like, for face-to-face specifically in a case that we were not be able to be in the streets. But I think the path is what Juan was saying and what we were mentioning before. Maybe thinking of more integral trainings, integrated training for the facers, so that we are not only facing on face-to-face fundraising, maybe some way of introducing digital at the same time as face-to-face, as well as telemarketing. And so the idea is to evolve into some that will not only rely on street or malls fundraising, but also we can at a point transform that into some other type of campaign. I think one of the keys would be to continue to work very closely with your agencies, so work as partners with them. So when the time comes, we are prepared together and not everyone on their own, and also to be very strong as an industry and continue to work together with this type of events and to be in touch with each other and help each other in times of difficulty.
Thank you very much, Blanca. Peter?
Yeah, I think one of the mistakes we often make, and it's a common mistake made across many sectors, is always fighting the last war. So, you know, the next big shock is very unlikely to look like the pandemic. For anyone who's read Black Swan or Anti-Fragile, I would highly recommend both books. It's about building that resilience within your organizations and building culture, I think. Now, culture is one of those kind of words that can mean everything and nothing. But specifically in terms of a culture where it's one of innovation, mutual support, a collegiate kind of workspace, those strong kind of supply chains. I think if agencies and charities have got that right, they'll be able to deal with whatever comes down the track, whether it's another pandemic or another big shock to the system. So those are the things I would focusing on resilience of your systems, making sure that staff members are multi-skilled, making sure you continue to invest in your staff. And pretty much everyone needs to be a data expert, I would say, these days within face-to-face fundraising. So yeah, those would probably be like a couple of points I would point to.
Perhaps I could just add a couple myself. On the study we've done of who did well during the crisis, one of the cases was flexibility in decision making, starting at the most senior leadership level, flexibility to move budget, and I would say something you've touched on, each of you, I think, is flexibility within your workforce and to make sure that they're willing to and able to make change, because not everybody is. And as a preparation, one of the things I encourage is everybody does a PESTLE, political, economic, social, technological, ecological these days, as well as economic and legal, because things change. But you can actually make a square, if you like, of what might change and what is at risk. I'm going to make one more question. We've had lots of questions, by the way, from the audience about recruiting, retaining staff. That seems to be the biggest single issue that most of you are coming up with. And I think that issue you mentioned, Juan, of non-tangible benefits, other benefits may play a big role in that. But my last, a very quick question is coming from Mateja in Croatia. What's it going to look like face-to-face in, say, 5 years, 10 years, 20? God knows, 20 years, I'll be 80 something. Oh, heaven the thought. Quickly, starting with you, Blanca, because I know you're in a hurry.
Wow, that's a tough question. I think we don't know what will happen from here to 20 years, definitely. In 5 years, I think hopefully face-to-face is back to its full strength. We keep inspiring people out there, and we have managed to innovate and find ways to do this in a sustainable way, and that involve doing things out of the learnings of this crisis, right? So yeah, I think that's from my side.
Thank you. Peter?
A couple of things. I think there'll be a more globally integrated face-to-face community. I think the kind of events that we're holding now, I think will only continue to grow. I think there'll be a relentless focus on data. And I think what I'd like to see is within 5 years that we have a methodologically robust global data project on face-to-face fundraising, which I think would be really good. I think we haven't seen some of the technological innovations in the gig economy probably penetrate face-to-face fundraising to the extent that's happened in other sectors of the economy. I think it's possible that we may see some emergent technology in some of those areas. And I think probably my challenge to the sector, to the charities and agencies, would be to think more creatively around recruitment, and the idea of someone spending a couple of years with an agency and then a couple of years with the charity and then back to the agency. I think that fluidity between charities and agencies needs to increase and not see them as two elements. I think they're two sides of the same coin.
Interesting. I like that idea. Juan, last comment to you.
I agree with both Peter and Blanca. I think the future looks bright. I think that face-to-face will be better in the future. Will be more professional. The donor profile will be better. The quality of the donor will be better in the long term. We will be more specialized. We will be seen as a more proficient sector. And I think that things will be better in the long run. People need to have contact with other people, and digital and phone just cover a little bit of it, but you want to talk to people, you want people to smile in your face. So I think this has a very good future.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you for joining us this morning, Blanca, Peter, Juan. And I know Sherry's going to join us for the afternoon session. Can I thank the audience who've attended this session for all of your engagement, your participation. I'm told we're nearly hitting 700 registrations for this event, which is really very impressive. So thanks again, and over to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Daryl, and thank you very much to our panel. Lovely to see you all. Okay, everyone, that was fascinating and amazing how different it is around in different countries, even within the same regions, even neighbors, very, very different. Lots of people facing different challenges there. And I think the quote that stuck with me was actually from Sherry, who as Daryl said, will be joining us later live. Something about how face-to-face always finds a way. You know, it's very Jurassic Park-ish, but it's true. It is, for me, it is the most adaptive medium and one of the reasons it works so well. But it's true. I mean, I didn't see anyone adapt as well as face-to-face in this. And I think we see it with the success as well. The ones that stayed successful and are coming back from COVID so successfully are the people and the agencies and the charities who are most adaptive. And I think that's a credit to all of us who work in face-to-face, that we do move quickly, we do adapt well. And no matter what comes around the corner, there's going to be, when COVID-20 arrives, or whatever the next one will be, we'll be ready to adapt to that as well. So we're going to take a break now. We've gone a little bit into the break, but that's okay. We're going to take about 7 minutes break if we can. So please do go grab a cup of tea, use the bathroom, whatever it is you need to do. And we will be back in about 7 minutes where we'll be talking about our next session, which is always interesting, about how we maintain or improve the relationship of face-to-face around the world. So go grab yourself a cup of tea or a coffee or whatever it is. And I will be back with you in about 7 minutes. Thank you. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Did that music scare you? Well, it made me jump when the Formulats music started, so sorry about that. But hello, and thank you, of course, to Formulats and Evergiving and the rest of the sponsors and partners for allowing this to happen or making this happen. Very much appreciated, and it's great to see so many agencies, so many organizations so supportive of the face-to-face sector. And it's great to see so many people attending. We have a lot, hundreds of registrants for this. I think we've hit 700. And I can see people still chatting in the chat box. Please do use that chat box. Feel free to drop in, your LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever if you want to connect with other face-to-faces. Please feel free to put in your questions. I can see people sharing knowledge and sharing experience from the work they've done. So thank you to people like Joyce and Suzanne who are keeping that conversation going, because I do believe, one of the best benefits of these things is what we learn from each other. The sessions are brilliant and the panel discussions are great. But even just the other attendees, that's where I've learned most of my fundraising knowledge from other fundraisers. So please do make the most of those chat box networking opportunities. People love the chat box because you can sit in your pajamas or you can be in bed and you can still network. It's fantastic, isn't it? All right, we're going to get straight on to the next session. Enough waffling from me. And we've got some regulators from around the world, or people interested in face-to-face regulation, how regulators can improve face-to-face fundraising's reputation across the globe. This is really important, our relationships that we have with local organizations, local government, local laws, local businesses, all of these, and the regulation that's in place, very much of it voluntary around the world. But I always, I'm always amazed how progressive we are compared to, people who don't work in face-to-face sometimes. And so we've got a great panel discussion here, chatting about what's happening in regulation around the world and what we can be doing to improve the reputation of face-to-faces. So I'm going to head straight on over to our panel chair, Jean-Paul Kogan-Ricoing, who I'm sure you all know. He spoke last year, and he's a bit of a big deal in the face-to-face sector, isn't he? But let's head on over to the panel, and we'll be back with a live Q&A afterwards. So please do continue to keep putting your questions in the chat box. Over to you, Jean-Paul.
So, hi to everyone. First, I would like to thank the International Face-to-Face Congress Committee, and particularly Günther and Stefan from the Fundraising Association Austria for organizing with all their energy this online summit. And also, thanks to the program committee, as we all identified that face-to-face self-regulation is the most important issue for this fundraising channel that is now very mature, 27 years after the first face-to-face campaigns in Austria. Anyway, fundraising, whatever is the channel, always needs good reputation, but it's even more true for face-to-face fundraising that we now call, as would say Gerald Oppenheim from UK, public fundraising. Our fundraising is public. That's the main reason why reputation is our major issue. Thousands of employees, millions of donors every year, and probably about 70% of the regular giving income for nonprofits all over the world. For this panel session, I have the privilege to moderate. I would like to introduce briefly our panelists. So Astrid Mangassner. Astrid started face-to-face fundraising in 1998, first for providers in Austria, Germany, and UK, until 2009. She has been working for French agency, Direct Dialogue, who is one of our panelists today also. Then for Greenpeace, for building in-house campaigns until 2018. As many of us in face-to-face fundraising sector, Astrid is our next Greenpeacer. And you all know what we say about Greenpeacers. Once Greenpeacer, Greenpeacer forever. Then again, for the non-profit purpose, coordinating face-to-face providers, then Atlas for Doctors Without Borders. Since 2020, for building, like for Greenpeace, in-house face-to-face campaigns. Astrid began as a simple face-to-face fundraiser, became team leader, supervisor, coach, trainer, and coordinator. So we have here 24 years of international face-to-face fundraising experience. Thank you for participating to this session. I know you just got COVID and you're now in a good shape, so that's the first good news of the session.
Thank you.
João Paulo Vergueiro. João is the CEO of the Brazilian Fundraising Association, ABCR. He's also a PhD student in Brazil researching philanthropy. In the past, he's been successively human resources manager and consultant for innovation and social impact issues. His background isn't related specifically to the face-to-face management. His approach is rather dedicated to the ethical, social, and sustainable issues of a national fundraising self-regulation body, including face-to-face issues in a more recent market than European, North American, or South Pacific area ones. And Franz Wiesmann. Franz is probably the most experienced panelist of this session and maybe of the whole summit, as Franz has been leading the first face-to-face fundraising campaigns in Austria 27 years ago. He's one of the pioneers of our sectors. Franz is CEO of Direct Dialogue in Germany, based in Berlin. He's also president of the KISH, the face-to-face self-regulation body in Germany, vice president and co-founder of the IPFC, the International Public Fundraising Council based in Vienna, and of course, member of the International Face-to-Face Fundraising Congress Program Committee. Thanks to...
Thanks, Jean-Paul. Vice President of the KISH.
Vice President of the KISH, I'm sorry for the... So, to briefly introduce myself, I set up the first face-to-face fundraising programs in France about 3 years after Direct Dialogue in Austria, meaning in 1998, like Astrid. I did it first for Greenpeace, like Astrid also. Then I founded ONG Conseil, historically the first face-to-face fundraising provider in France during 18 years. And following the example of the establishment of self-regulatory bodies on mature face-to-face markets, I initiated the foundation of the AMRAC, the French independent face-to-face self-regulatory association, with a mixed board including non-profits and providers, right from the beginning of its foundation in 2018. And I'm also president and co-founder of the IPFC. So, once we've done all this, to get started, why are self-regulation issues so important? What is their work and why are they necessary? Astrid, with all your field experience and now rather your in-house campaigns coordination, as you know, as you now have as well the provider and the non-profit vision, to you, why is self-regulation so important for face-to-face fundraising?
Well, I can remember when I was starting as a face-to-face fundraiser on the street, it actually was totally different now, which means I think the heart was always there on the street for all the face-to-face fundraisers. But sometimes for the public, it's not just the heart that you can see. You definitely have to see the whole appearance. And I think for the public, it's just really important to see as well who is standing there, how the people are branded, to have an idea, to know which organization is there outside. And as well, I think in Austria, we do so much face-to-face fundraising now for quite a while. And yeah, I can remember after 10 years time of face-to-face fundraising, all of us thought the market will soon be dead. Nobody can work anymore on the streets. And I think having regulators and working together and feeling responsible for saving the streets for the next 20 years to do face-to-face fundraising and yeah, getting the image as well for being proud of being a face-to-face fundraiser for non-profit organizations. It's just really important.
Good, thank you. To follow as an introduction, João, the Brazilian face-to-face regulation is rather an in-process regulation. Apart from the ABCR, there isn't yet a completely structured self-regulation body. Do you think that within the next years, the Brazilian market will also need a self-regulation body, and why, of course?
Yes, well, first of all, hello to everyone who is following us here at the conference and the summit. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate Jean-Paul's invitation to be part of his roundtable and conversation. About Brazil, we see right now in the country a very fast evolving market. Face-to-face fundraising has been around for a few years now. I remember that I joined ABCR as a member in 2009, And when I became CEO 2015, it was already around. It's probably 15 years. And in our reality, it's right now we are pretty much thinking about what Astrid was sharing. If we don't regulate, if we don't find the means within the sector in Brazil to promote some rationality within the players of the fundraising face-to-face market, we might see, well, it won't be dead, but we will be having issues in the future. So although right now there's nothing in place, the market's quite loose. We, as the Brazilian Fundraisers Association, ABCR, our members and our network, we feel that it's time to start thinking of self-regulating the market in Brazil in order to help it grow even more for the future years, for the upcoming years.
Okay, thank you. So after 15 years, you begin thinking about as a mature market in a certain way, preventing bad reputation right from the beginning. And maybe now I come towards France as the most experienced one of us. You have been founding the Quiche, co-founding the Quiche. When did it start in Germany, and what were your motivation right at the beginning? Probably comparable to those ones that Joao just told us, but maybe some others also.
Yes, in Germany, it was a little bit later than in Austria. The Austrian Quiche was founded before. It takes a long time. I remember the first informal meeting was at the edge of the German Fundraising Congress. It was already 11 years ago. And then it took many years of informal meetings. And I think the really foundation with the registration of the Quiche was then 2018 or so. And we had often also Günter Lutschinger there as a consultant, because in Austria it was already done. And we had also all the examples also from UK, from the Netherlands, from the Scandinavian countries. Yeah, it was a hard way. It was a long way. And in Germany, especially, the telephone fundraising, the call centers, were much more earlier with their regulations than the face-to-face market. But in the meantime, there are many members. Yeah, we see already the success on the streets. We do regular mystery shoppings every year, several times. And yes, the members of the Quiche have really increased their standards and their level. But in Germany, there are many providers and programs which are not members of the Quiche. And that's the problem, because the people on the street, the people at their homes, they registrate not the difference between members of the Quiche and the other ones. And there are still black sheep in the scene, in the industry.
Yeah. Yeah, I do understand. I do completely understand. And in fact, as face-to-face fundraising has been really successful for the whole period of, over 25 years. Now, many stakeholders, not everyone has got this feeling about preventing bad reputation, and at least it's probably the best thing to do to prevent bad buzz by building self-regulatory bodies, so that in case there might be any kind of mediatic trouble, at least we can just say, listen, we are part of this club, this regulation body with this code of conduct, and with many rules. If we look at all the markets and the development, it's about 60 markets now. It's millions of donors, and so whatever is the maturity of the market, all the fundraisers have a high responsibility to ensure the reputation of the whole activity of the whole sector. We need, of course, transparency towards donors, and they are demanding it. And we need also respect and consideration. So all these issues are part of the motivation for self-regulation bodies. And everywhere self-regulation bodies took place, the issues that were part of the meetings and the rules that were built were towards respect, sustainability, responsibility, innovation, inclusivity, which is very important, and also attractivity, because it's something we haven't spoken yet, but there's a matter of empowerment and making all the job attractive for many people, mostly generally young people, student people, but not only. And in order to achieve all this purpose, we have been building in some countries regulation bodies. Here, maybe there's something I would like to add about the necessity of coherence in the sector. And we could, for instance, take some examples which are quite interesting. The first one, because we thought we've been speaking about inclusivity. For instance, the employment of handicapped people. And of course, we have, when you're a provider, you have clients which are non-profits, and they are waiting for the best return on investment. If you want to be coherent in your values, in your way of working, normally you have to work also with handicapped people, which will not necessarily have the best return on investment as far as fundraising goes, but which will at least give the possibility for a provider to be completely coherent with the values we are defending every day in the streets or in door to door. And it's something we have probably to push in a regulation body, because it's something that the stakeholders, mostly for the non-profits, will not necessarily think about straight away, because they will look at the return on investment first. The second example I'm thinking of is the issue dedicated to self-employment and the lack of security for fundraisers, because there's also social aspect there. We are working rather in-house for non-profits, very often defending causes towards precarity, social precarity, and how can we, we are defending the same causes for providers. And what about the coherence between employing self-employed people without any social security, and once there's a pandemic, they don't have any security, they don't have any comfort? And what about a mediatic buzz who would say when charity business plunge its employees into social precariousness to collect more money? And that's the thing we have to prevent, and that's probably part of the issues we could probably develop within the next months and years. So after we've identified why we need regulation bodies, the second issue would be, but how do regulators contribute to the development of face-to-face fundraising in different countries? And coming to this part, because we are in the real practice of the regulation, as still in France, in Germany and Austria, the KISH and the KIF have established common standards, code of conduct, safety rules during pandemics. And as an example of real improvement of face-to-face standards, you have also developed training and certification processes concerning this issue. There's a very interesting article that Franz and Stefan wrote for the next IPFC newsletter. But maybe before that, could you tell us about these developments and the part that took your self-regulation bodies in building these processes? Maybe we begin with Astrid and then with Franz, if it's okay by you.
Well, I think it was just finding out that we all play on the same side of the volleyball net. You know what I mean? I think it was more like sitting together, finding out what are our problems. And one of our perfect problems many years ago in Austria was if you would like to work with an information table, then some communities just said you don't get the permission anymore because we think you do not do a good job. People just did not know what face-to-face fundraising means. They did not know what long-term donation means. They did not know that NGOs are dependent. And especially, I think, in COVID times, but maybe Franz can add more to this, I just really had the feeling that we all work together. It wasn't like not being, I'm working for Doctors Without Borders, but you are Greenpeace and you are an agency, and therefore, we cannot work together. I think it was just strengthen ourselves, getting all our knowledge together and performing all the same way. And therefore, I think we did not have one single negative PR in the last 2 years. And I found this really impressive. It was like, yes, that's how we do it. And that's everybody from us is doing it. And I find it really impressive. So.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I can confirm. The situation in Germany is a little bit different. I think there is not so many competition for the sites as, for example, in Vienna, because there are not so many fundraisers, and there are a lot of much more bigger cities. Yeah, that's the one thing. But the best thing, and I confirm, Astrid, it was the challenge with the pandemic, with the first crisis. It was within a few weeks we had the first meetings, and we had a meeting all together. I think one time, the KISH and the QUIF, because the problems were the same, yeah, and the solution has to be found. And then, Jean-Paul, you remember, there was also very fast the first meeting of the IPFC to this topic, especially for the corona pandemic. And it was very interesting for every country to hear what goes on in New Zealand, what goes on in Australia. The first time also Hong Kong was has joined our meetings, UK, US, Brazil. And yeah, I would say the sites was the one thing Astrid mentioned. And also then, since the pandemic, the recruiting challenges is also every time a topic at the KISH, at the QUIF, and also at the IPFC. That's the two large challenges at the moment.
Yeah. So we've been going from one issue to the other, and the issue of the pandemic was a very interesting issue because it was the first time we became really, really international because we were all facing the same problems. And maybe we'll speak about it when we come to the IPFC and its constitution and its goals. And coming back to certification and trainings and quality of the work of the fundraisers. What about Brazil? Is the German and the Austrian development something that you aim at developing in Brazil? It's something you're already in the course of doing?
Sure. Well, the thematic of face-to-face has been part of our agenda for a few years now as ABCR, as the Brazilian Fundraisers Association. So it's not without a reason. It is being debated throughout our national fundraising conference every year, at least since 8 years now. We haven't been able to develop a specific training or formation only to face-to-face fundraisers. There's a challenge. I'm gonna dialogue with what our friends have been talking about earlier. There's a challenge of cooperation amongst the sector in Brazil, amongst the organizations. The major ones, the ones that are investing on face-to-face fundraising, they usually tend to work by themselves. And the fundraisers themselves, the ones that are on the streets, they don't get the needed support and investment and training other than the ones that they get to do their job, to do their work on the streets. So there's the challenge of cooperation and recognition that we are all part of the same sector and the same market and should be working together. The face-to-face fundraising has been part of this of our priorities in Brazil. We have been following up the companies that provide service to the nonprofit sector, or we have also been following up the organizations that have their own in-company departments for face-to-face as well, but we haven't been able so far to do a specific training or specific formation for face-to-face fundraisers in Brazil.
Okay. Anyway, I think that the experience that we are doing in all the countries, and that's the matter of that's the main interest of the international face-to-face Congress or the IPFC, that we can share all this to make everyone progress a lot quicker. There are anyway many issues that we haven't talked about because we've been talking about certification, training, we've been talking about the pandemic. We didn't speak much about the site, the common location management tools. That's something which is really important in some markets. And there's something which is, as far as ethical point of view goes, there's something which can be quite interesting in regulation bodies. It's something that we've met already in the French market. Is what about preventing dominant position by major non-profits? Because sometimes, as they have a lot more budget, they would like to put their rules and, in a certain way, put out of the market the smaller non-profits, the smaller, and even sometimes some of the other stakeholders. That's why the self-regulatory bodies can only be self-regulatory bodies, meaning that the rules that we have can't substitute to the general law, to the general rules, meaning to the law. And that's one of the topics we'll have to talk about and to regulate in all the bodies, because it's just a matter also of coherence. And what about now the future? What are the issues that regulators could also deal within the future? Joe, as you're into the process of building a self-regulatory body, what do you think future regulation issues, most important issues, will be in the future?
Sure. Well, we have been learning from what you have been doing around the world, mostly in Europe, but also in the US and in Oceania. From those best practices, we need to open up a real dialogue with the organizations in Brazil and their service providers as well. I would say that in Brazil, even before COVID, there was still a big potential for face-to-face fundraising to grow in an open market, even for small nonprofits. The investment is always high. That's not going to change. A small nonprofit might be interested in investing on online fundraising before going to face-to-face. But for example, they are also doing events. They are doing parties. They are doing galas where they could at least try or have some idea, some taste of what is to have some face-to-face investment. So we are from now on we are going to invest on that, start opening this dialogue, and start producing the first materials, written materials, printed but also online, of course, and in order to start to implement, or not implement the self-regulation, but at least to inspire and influence the sector in Brazil into growing orderly the face-to-face fundraising.
Okay, thank you. Going back to Astrid, as you now perfectly know both sides of our sectors, non-profits and providers, what do you think we should develop first within the next years, as we all know that qualitative and ethical issues will be more and more demanding, and with always the purpose of keeping safe our reputation?
I think it's just every market has different things how to treat, like Franz said before. And I think in Austria, one of the main things as well was Vienna, because you don't only have face-to-face travel campaigns, which maybe keep on traveling for a few weeks a year, what was actually how face-to-face fundraising started in Austria. We have many players, agencies, as well as non-profit organizations that do in-house programs that are on the street for the whole entire year, every single day. And I think it's really important to work together. And in Vienna, for example, we have like 2 months in a row. Each district of Vienna, there's no face-to-face fundraising, which means every district has 2 months with no face-to-face fundraising. And therefore, I think we just can work on together for like many, many, many years. As well, it's like every 3 months we sit together and say, okay, what are the players? How can we divide it? And it's clear, you know, there's just no fight between us. It's more like, okay, whatever we have outside. And as well, what Jean-Paul said before, we have written quality standards. And I think you can use it wherever. It didn't matter if it was the police during the pandemic. It didn't matter if the official side says, okay, no face-to-face fundraising. We could just go out there. We could just send it and said, okay, we do not only have quality standards, we have even COVID quality standards, how we deal with it, how secure we are, why it is important to keep our work now ongoing. And I think people just they just said, okay, yes, we see you've done your work. We see you are working excellent. We see you have quality standards, and yes, here you go. And I think that's how I think I just cannot add more.
No, it's fine, because it's a matter of sustainability, and I think it's something that you meet probably more intensively in Austria and in Vienna, because it's quite a small country. Rather than, I don't know, France will tell us, but in Germany it might be different. But anyway, is it something that you all think we should generally organize, meaning that in some places there wouldn't be any face-to-face fundraiser during some months, sometime, and that it would be completely managed? Is it something that you share, Franz?
Yeah, it's a little bit different to Austria. As I mentioned already, in Austria you have this regulation only for Vienna. Yeah, correct, Astrid?
Yeah.
Yes. In Germany we have no regulations, and in the UK you have many hard regulations. It's depending on the market. For example, I'm now sitting in Berlin. Yeah, there is not so many traffic with face-to-face street fundraiser at the moment, so I think it's not necessary. We have discussed it very often also in the Kish. But at the moment we have decided that we do no regulation, because it means also investing in database and in systems and all this. And I think with our Kish system, with the mystery shopping, you get many informations, and you can also do a little bit of regulation, because the chair, the board has the overview over this mystery shoppings, and where we have to report every day, every agency, every in-house program, the data of their dialoguers to this platform, and then they do the checks. But it's we don't know when is the check. Is it today? Is it in 1 month? So yeah, but that's the situation in Germany, and yeah, I think also in Brazil or in countries where is not so many traffic on the streets, it's not necessary at the moment. But we have also our challenges with certain cities, but it depends not on the quality of the dialoguers. Sometimes it's a political topic, yeah. Also between large charities and small charities, between provider programs and in-house programs, yeah. And yeah, that's my point of view.
that's a real discussion, because we have also this in France. Some of the stakeholders would like to prevent a kind of overwhelming presence of face-to-face fundraisers, and in fact, my point of view is a bit different, because it's all, to me, it mostly depends on the quality of the fundraisers rather than how many you put in a place or how many non-profits you have. If they are all very polite, if they are all very trained, all certified, then the worst that can happen is that people don't want to give anymore, but they will not have a bad perception of it. It's a matter of doing a good job. But it's true that in countries such as Luxembourg, Belgium, Austria, it's a bit different. It can be different, and even sometimes in some cities. So anyway, it's something that we have to adapt, probably depending on the country and the market. And the other thing is that when you make a restriction on the volumes, how do you choose who will go and who will not go? And then you have some other problems which are quite legal, because you even a huge organization such as Doctors Without Borders can't say to another one, you can't go because we are there. It's not possible. And Greenpeace can't do the same either. And any of the stakeholders can't do it. And after you have the providers, and it's the same also. So it's very difficult very often to regulate the volumes, as regulation of the quality is really something that we can really aim at, because it's really possible. We can make surveys, we can make mystery shopping. We can have, we can imagine having, because we have this in France, a mapping digital app with the possibility for the public to express itself if they are not happy with and they don't feel comfortable with the teams. So we have many tools that we can really activate if we want to do it, and if we want to put it as a regulation tool. And just to give some other, anyway, it's not to give, but to share some other ideas about what can be the part of a regulation body. There's the data collection to reflect the importance of this major tool to show the states and the governments, the local authorities, what's the economic presence and what's the economic sense of the whole sector, because it's thousands of employees. It's the fact that we conduct public surveys to ensure that there's a good acceptance of face-to-face fundraising by the public, or by the shows, by any stakeholder in the streets or in near door-to-door. It's the survey that makes us compare the different channels to make sure that face-to-face fundraising is still attractive, because there's a real issue on the good return on investment and the good competitivity of this tool, knowing that we are employing people, there's a lack of people for doing it, so the wages are rising up. If the wages are rising up, the tool is more and more expensive, and then the return on investment is longer. So there's a risk that face-to-face fundraising might lose some parts of the market is taking part now. And there's also a real matter of a real mediatic issue by turning the regulator into a label, mostly if it's connected to an international label. It's not only national, but it's also international, which gives a lot of credibility with the local authorities. Yes, I know, France, we are 36 minutes. So I think we've said quite many, we've been talking about many issues in 35 minutes. Maybe we could go to the last issue, which is what would be and what should be the minimum standards, and what would be the part of an organization like the IPFC that we are launching this year, and which we have chosen to base in Vienna as a kind of testimony of the first face-to-face fundraising programs historically. Maybe Astrid, coming back to Astrid.
Well, I think the appearance, having an idea, as well how to deal with sites, how to represent the NGOs, having diverse teams, and as well what you said beforehand, keeping the quality in the dialogue, which means people are trained, people know what to say. It will keep as well an impact on our attrition rates. I think that's what we all want to have. We want to have quality dialogues and quality long-term donors to keep on doing a good thing. And yeah,
I do understand perfectly. Franz, what about the future?
Yes, you know, we have this code of conduct. We have in Austria, we have in Germany, of course, in France, yeah. And in the meantime, also the IPFC has a global code of conduct, and yeah, that's the future. That's necessary. And the only problem, as I mentioned before, if not the whole market will not join these regulator organizations. But it's necessary to get many of the providers and many of the players within. Then on the other side, we have many people on the street with suppliers, with providers, with programs, which are not part of these regulations. And they will also do their jobs as they do it ever. And there is no increasing of the standards then. So our job, I think also as IPFC, as the national regulator organizations, is to get many and the important, the big players within this regulations organization.
Yeah, I do share your point of view. João Paulo?
Yeah, and very briefly, because I know we have to wrap up. In Brazil, we also have the challenge to make society see fundraising as a legitimate activity that is carried out by the non-profit sector. In Brazil, actually, to promote the non-profit sector is a challenge that we have when fundraising comes along. So we've been working as a fundraisers organization association to do that. We have been successful in the last 10 years, but it's still a challenge for the next 10, 20 years.
Okay, thank you. So as a conclusion, as far as international rules and international standards, I would remind you that we are launching the IPFC, and that there will be a press release that will be sent to every attendee of the face-to-face committee. We have already integrated many common rules. We have a common kind of conduct. We have made a lot of work about international surveys just after the pandemic, and also with unifying the safety guidelines during the pandemic. And now the real issue to me is really to be more and more demanding, so that the training, the certification, the quality of all our teams everywhere gives the national label a lot of quality, a lot of value, and also the international label, because we'll have more members, and then even nationally we could say we will use this credibility, which is international. I think there will be, within the next years, two major topics for all our meetings. That will be sustainability, of course, because we have the major tool, and we have to keep it this way, and also inclusivity, because it's a matter of coherence between what we are doing and how we are doing it. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. We could speak during hours about these issues, and really, I want to thank you all, and all the program committee also. So, good to see you again. Waiting for Franz and Astrid.
No, that's good. Camera doesn't work. Just one moment. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm working on the camera, but I'm not successful. So yes, there's only just continue. I'm on, but there is only one question, I see.
Yes. Anyway, we can go on. I think João Paulo, as is from Brazil, will be there in the second session. Anyway, now is the time for Q&A. We don't have much time because we had already quite a lot of time for the first part. And the question, which is probably the most important of our session, is the building of the IPFC. And maybe, Franz, you could tell us more about the foundation, but also about your vision for the future. I saw there was a question from Garrett from India, talking about the lack and the lack of appetite for regulation in India, as it's yes, you're on. Good to see you again. And as the market is really emerging and it's not full at all, and as the return on investment is quite good, and there will be probably within the next years a kind of moving forward Asia and specifically India. So what would be your vision about the future of the IPFC and the role it would have in international regulation?
The question is to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned in the session before, it would be one of the most important jobs for us to support the foundation of regulation bodies in other countries, and to motivate many of the members, many of the players, many of the industry to join these regulation companies or regulation organizations, because that's the only way to increase the standards of face-to-face global.
Okay. What's your point of view, Astrid, about our future as far as this goes?
As well, I would just say, I think sometimes regulators does not mean you regulate yourself and you make life more difficult. I think it's just to find out that you make your life so much easier, because you will not have negative media. You will have a good group of people who can work together on solutions if something is happening, like, for example, Corona, and it is important for all of us to work together here as an NGO. And I think
okay.
Also in Austria, we don't always have the same opinion, but I think it's just really nice to sit together on a table and discuss about it and find out what works out for everybody. And I think you have to train this to find out what is a good regulation for everybody, and everybody can work with, and it's a better solution for a longer time for each of us.
Yeah, thank you. As really we are, it's topic we didn't speak yet, but it's really it's probably one of the most important issues. The label, because we have already self-regulatory bodies in many markets, and in some markets there aren't any yet, and we can help for the building of it, such as in India. But it's also the credibility internationally, because when you can just say you're part of an international label, as far as the local authorities, as far as the public reputation, it's a lot better than just having just a national one, a national regulation body. And that's probably one of the major issues. So I would say to Garrett that anyway, you could get in touch with us, as I know there's some building on the Belgian market. They can come towards us, and then we can really build. And there's also the same from Poland. We heard about it, because there's a need for it. So they can come towards us so that we can build really a whole network of self-regulation body. Maybe one of the major topics in the future will be training and certification, as we already talked about, and it will be part of the next newsletter, the newsletter 6 from the IPFC. And as we touched on a lot of topics today, I would like to make maybe the link with the next session, and specifically the empowerment of face-to-face staffs, and then give the floor to Franz first, and then to Stefan, so they can tell us more about the link between the certification implemented and the attractiveness of the business of face-to-face fundraiser. As there's a huge competition for human resources on all labor markets, as we could see. It's the same in Europe, in Australia, in the US. It's the same everywhere. And we know that Stefan and his team had made a survey about it in Austria. So maybe I will let the floor to them for the next session. Stefan, you're welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be here with you today. Thank you, Jean-Paul. Maybe just a few words to me. I'm responsible for the Austrian regulator, the QIF, at the Fundraising Association Austria, and I'm sure you heard saw my name somewhere in the promotion.
Anyway, it gives me some minutes to thank everyone. So thank you for this great panel. And for the most important face-to-face regulation issue related to reputation. Thank you to our panelists, to Astrid, Gianpaolo, and Franz. Thank you also to the audience. I don't know how many attendees we have, but we are about 700 now. And now, as everything is connected, empowerment, retention of the donors, retention of the fundraisers, and then attractiveness of our work as face-to-face fundraising.
Thanks a lot. Shall I begin, Stefan?
Just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Jean-Paul mentioned in the next newsletter of the IPFC, there will be an article about education and certification. Our focus was on the DACH region because, especially in Germany, the fundraising academy is still existing since 22 years. Yeah? And in the meantime, there is also a study, fundraising management and philanthropy. And as I heard just a few days ago, you can also make the doctor's degree in the meantime. It's a very good education, yeah? But it's only a fundraising and not special for face-to-face. Also in the Switzerland, St. Gallen, and also with the WIFE in Austria, there are some certifications and educations, but I think it's the only one I've heard, especially for face-to-face fundraisers. There was developed something in Austria with the QIF, with the Austrian Fundraising Association, and that's my point to give it to Stefan.
So I don't know if Stefan is ready, but maybe something to add before we go to the session 3 is that the IPFC is really all about sharing talents of regulation expertise. Here we've got the experience of Austria and Germany being really advanced in certification, in surveys, in trainings, certification. But we have also Peter Jones that you had in the first session, very experienced in surveys about the whole national face-to-face markets. You have also the America about social issues and more demanding standards. Any member of the IPFC shares with all the others his talents, and that's why the label is more and more demanding. That's the whole objective of our common work. Stefan, to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe just briefly to what we prepared in the beginning of this year. In June, we launched the certification as we saw that it is important to accompany the in-house trainings from agency and in-house programs that is specifically on the job by a third-party certification that is run by us. And it's a tool that mainly focuses on retention, since we allow only those fundraisers for the certifications that have at least 30 days of active fundraising work on the street or door to door on the system. And then this certification process allows us to make visible the competences and skills they gained through their job experience so far, and they will automatically receive their certificate per email, as it is an on-demand, self-paced learning system. And I'm very happy to share later on in the mailings after our event more about this. I just see that we have only a little bit time till the break, so I also prepared something else for you. And since we are talking about recruitment and recruitment seems for all of on that topic right now. I just come back to one question from Sohail from UNICEF Netherlands. If there's anybody who has found a formula for successful recruitment programs for charities, I fear that there will not be such a formula that would be valid for all countries, as we have differences on the markets, on the culture, on the demographic situation. But what? Now let's just I prepared a short some questions for you. Let me just share them for you, because we want to know more about what your reality is regarding recruitment. So please join us for this questionnaire on menti.com with the code 46538327. The first question would be, thinking about the recruitment of face-to-face fundraisers, what word pops up your mind? I will give you a bit more time to answer this question. I hope you can. Yes. All right. You should see it. You can share up to 3 words. In the meantime, okay. In the meantime, I just give you an outlook what will come afterwards. We did a study, as Jean-Paul mentioned, among students here in Austria, and I will share what are the key findings from that study. Oh yeah, now the answers come in. So we have background checks, it's challenging, getting harder, challenge, competition. Oh yeah. So we have 14 replies yet. Keep it growing. And I think many of the words we see now in the word cloud totally reflect the situation we are facing globally. As Jean-Paul said, we had several IPFC meetings already, and we heard that from all over the world, from New Zealand to the United States, all over Europe and South America, it has been a challenge to recruit new fundraisers. More and more, it's getting harder. And it doesn't hold only for face-to-face fundraisers, it holds also for other branches. Even we as a fundraising association had a hard time to recruit some successes for some people who dropped out during the pandemic. All right, so we have some replies yet. Let's move on to the next question. Thank you for this one. Which of the statements hold for your reality? Those are some statements I heard in the last years. So I'm curious if you can relate to those. Do you see that in your reality? You can pick more or all of them. Thank you. Replies keep growing. Thank you for the replies. So there are at least 4 who can relate to one or more of these statements. And I think even though they might sound negative, the good thing is that we are not alone in our reality. I think, and that's part of the title of the session, that we might need another approach to recruitment and to retention than we did until now. So the old systems, the old approaches we had before the pandemic might not work nowadays. We're facing a new generation, and that's why we need to rethink what we are doing there. Thank you for 29 replies so far. I will move on to the next questions I have prepared for you. So compared to 2019, have your recruitment campaigns changed? You get the same results at higher cost, lower number of applicants at the same cost, higher number of applicants at same cost, higher number of applicants at lower cost. I guess we have a strong tendency in there. Don't you think so? Thank you for replying. Oh yeah, we have this one with higher numbers. Congrats for that. All right, just so in the end, it's just to reflect what we have seen in the chat before as well. It's getting harder to get the number of applicants we need in order to perform our campaigns, and well, new ideas have to come in. Thank you for now for 25 replies. Let's move on to the next questions. We're now looking more into retention. So maybe you share in a few words what works in your organization to retain your fundraisers for a long period. Maybe to define a longer period. In the first question, I asked you if the statement fundraisers are staying less than 30 days. So maybe we're looking at more than 30 days or the next season. So that is, yeah, incentives, thank you. That is meant for a longer period. Incentives, bonuses, career progression, flexibility. I think flexibility in terms of work-life balance, I guess. Learning and development opportunities, exactly. Yeah, great. Support and training, yeah. Career opportunities, incentives. Time, money, bonus, money. Team activities, fixed contracts, training and face-to-face meetings, value, recognition, incentives, flexibility, positive work culture, explore more like digitalization for fundraising, storytelling, listening to them. Nothing. We have to elaborate on that. High quality trainings through agency and separate training by the organization, frequent retrainings about making them feel valued and appreciated. Absolutely, can relate to that. All right, thank you so much. I have one last question. We actually can skip because it's just, well, actually, let's do the last question as well. What do you think is a good motivator to remain in the job as a fundraiser? Is it money? Is it the environment, the friendly motivation talk, the career progression, career opportunities, the recognition, a mix of it all, or nothing from those options? We have a little bit, we have some desperate people in here who don't think that anything works. All right. Thank you so much for your replies. Thank you for this questionnaire. I now move on to a short insight into the study we did this year, actually. But just 1 second. I will move to the beginning.
It's really. I'm sorry. I just popped on screen, Stefan, while you're bringing that up. I just wanted to ask you, because I think like every industry is kind of seeing this change in how people approach work, like people wanting more free time, people wanting to work virtually. Is this something face-to-face can adapt to? Because obviously we're not moving from an office to a different way of life. It's the same job in essence. So do you think we can adapt and give applicants what they want in life? Is there lots of improvements we can make, or do we just have to be working harder to pull these people in?
I think we need first of all, when it comes to recruitment, to adapt here a bit, maybe to use different channels to reach the students, and also to show more transparency in the payment schemes. I think that's something that most of the students in our study told us that that is really important for them. One other main findings of our study was that we need to communicate the advantages the job brings to them, like that they have personal development and the skill gain in the job. And one big thing came also up, because many people fear the situation of talking to completely strangers on the street or door to door, wherever. So they need the kind of, they would like to have some kind of psychological service. I don't know if that's the right phrase to use here, or counseling. So somebody they can talk to about about the frustration they have. And the last thing is that it reflects totally the topic of regulators. So on quality standards, that those quality standards have to be made public and have to be also kind of communicated towards potential applicants.
I think that so much of it is communication, isn't it? Because those of us who've been in this industry for a while, we know there is a lot of career progression. We know that it can be, a really flexible, great job. We know there's lots of advantages to it. But at the same time, when you talk to someone who doesn't know anything about this job, they're just kind of like, charity fundraiser, I don't get it. And so do we have to take responsibility for this, that we're not explaining the job well enough, that we're not selling the job well enough to people? And maybe there's more we can do on that in communication.
I think we strongly need to communicate the purpose that the job has in itself. I think there's a general tendency among the youth that they only apply for a job that gives them purpose, that is aligned with their individual values. And our study also has shown that there are several causes that are very interesting for them. And I think when especially in the case of agencies that have several customers, several nonprofits as customers, if they don't do it yet, they should at least start now to ask the applicants also what they are burning for, what's the inner motivation, their values, so they can really relate with the organization they are going on the street to fundraise for. And there are some other things that came also up in the chat. We do see a strong trend to working part-time. Luckily, fundraising, face-to-face fundraising offers that a lot. Still, we have to consider that we have a high inflation right now, and that might affect also this tendency. So people cannot afford their lives anymore with a part-time job, so they might want to work full-time, and we also need to deal with that one. One last point: the salaries need to be adequate, and we see that we saw in our study that people really want to have a fixed salary plus this bonus. So the payment scheme needs to be really transparent. Once more, what I said before.
Yeah, and I think, I think, I've seen this the last 18 years that I've been in the sector. I think there is still this overarching problem in the charity sector about pay, that if you work in the charity sector, you automatically earn less than if you worked in a different sector. And I don't necessarily think that's coming from the agencies, but maybe the charities themselves and the boards of charities. We really need to think about, are we paying people appropriately for the job we want? You get what you pay for. And I think there's sometimes in face-to-face a rush to the bottom to try and pay as little as possible, or charities insisting on lower costs as much as possible. And we have to acknowledge that that's going to impact the quality of staff that come in.
But one question of the study we conducted was also about what they think that would be the fair hourly wage. It doesn't, it doesn't make, in the end, it was like €13.50 roughly for Austria. I don't think it's that easy to translate to other countries, but it would relate to an average entry salary of a graduate in the end. And that's what they expect for full-time, also including some bonuses as well, yes. But in the tendency is as well that youth wants to have a fair salary that is comparable with other jobs as well. So it is a hard job, definitely.
In practice, it's a bit more difficult, isn't it? There's a lot of moving parts on this. You're in terms of this report, is this available now, or is this something you're pushing out to your subscribers?
But the report of the study is currently only available in German, but we will try to make a translation so we can provide it to everybody who's interested.
Nice one. But if you speak German or you are learning German, then do get in touch with Stefan for a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
All right. And any final words, Stefan, before we're going to take a break now before we go on to the next session? Anything else you want to add here before I say goodbye to you for the moment?
Well, I think just a short recap on the IPFC session. I think in most countries we do not have too much competitors on the market when it comes to face-to-face fundraising. And from my experience as working for a regulator is we should rather move to a reality where we have a competition, so competent competitors who work together. So that's the ideal state of how a regulator can work and bring the sector forward.
And I would 100% agree with that. I mean, the whole face-to-face sector works better when we work together. And I mean, credit to you guys for putting on this event every year. I think this is a big part of that. And for the work everyone involved in this event does, just sharing knowledge and sharing information, and all of us trying to get better together. So thank you again for putting this on, Stefan.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to let you go, Stefan. Go grab a cup of tea and get ready for the next session. My friends, if you can hear construction going on, I just want to apologize if construction sounds are coming through. I have got construction going outside my apartment for the last God knows how long, and it is driving me insane. But what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. Let's aim to take, let's just take a 5-minute break if that's okay, and we'll try and get back on track with this schedule. So just take 5 minutes, grab yourself a cup of tea, something to eat quickly, and then come back and we will be talking about leading face-to-face fundraising teams to long-term success by using the right data. So I always love seeing these data sessions. So let's take a little break and then we'll be back in 5 minutes to kick that off. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back. I'm actually doing that on purpose now. The Performing Arts music is there to frighten you when you're getting your cup of tea because it just suddenly comes in so loud. So hello, welcome back. I know that was a short break, but we're keen to get on to the next session. You know, obviously still feel free to walk around and get yourself a cup of tea if you didn't get a chance to get it. But yes, absolutely, we are back and we're going to go straight into our next session. So we're going to go into our next session now. We're going to do some live questions at the end. Hopefully we'll have time for that. So please do feel free to pop any questions in the chat box. We'll keep an eye on the chat box as well. So keep that chat going. It's great to see so many of you engaging. But next we're going to go on to leading face-to-face fundraising teams to long-term success by using the right data. So it's not just about sign-up numbers. And it's not just about age, and it's not just about location, and it's not just, there's all sorts of metrics. And who better to talk about this than our friends at Formunauts? And thank you again to Formunauts for sponsoring this event. So we're going to go over to Max Jacob, who will be chairing this panel discussion. And along with Max is Paula Radley from Greenpeace UK and Michael Reha from World Vision Austria. So straight away, let's head on over to that, and I will see you after this panel chat.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth session of the Face-to-Face Online Summit. This session is all about, are we measuring the right things? And not only are we measuring, but of course, are we also doing the right things to bring our teams into the right direction to make sure they have long-term success. I'm not alone here today. As you can see, I've got some experts with me today. I've got Paula Radley from Greenpeace UK, Head of Face-to-Face Acquisitions, who is joining us today and going to talk about a very interesting topic about how they slightly changed how they pay fundraisers, or what effects lifetime value has on this. And also with me today is Michael from World Vision Austria, and they've done some great stuff, similar direction, but very different approach, also how to motivate fundraisers in a positive way. And also by measuring something else, which is the World Vision coin, also very interesting. And both of them have something in common. They both work in-house with face-to-face, but also with agencies. So that is very interesting as well. And I'm from Formunauts. I'm managing director of Formunauts. We provide face-to-face software, and we also have the face-to-face marketplace, which provides also face-to-face acquisition. However, today I am wearing different hats because, as you might have seen on the website, there were different faces there as well. Unfortunately, not everyone could be here, but luckily I've got the data and I can share this data. And I will just swap between my hat and Andy from Bernardo's hat. Andy from Bernardo's who's also doing in-house and with agencies. This session today is all about inspiring you guys out there. So this is just a small glimpse into what you can expect at the real face-to-face conference next year. And so please be inspired to do such a thing in your local face-to-face community. Just sit down with experts, have a coffee, and talk about cool things you did, what you learned. And I'm really excited about hearing now from Paula what she has done and the Greenpeace team has done in the UK. Before I hand over, one more thing. If you ask questions, you can do this. There's somewhere a channel where you can ask questions, and you can please do so. And very important, stay until the end of the summit because there's going to be something very special as well. But without further ado, I am very happy to pass over to Paula.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. So I'm here to talk about our new points-based system that we have implemented at Greenpeace. So as Max said, we do in-house, door-to-door, and also festivals. And we also work with some agencies on events and door-to-door as well. At the moment, we're about 45% door-to-door and 36% festivals, with 19% of our donors coming in from 2 different agencies. And I think one thing that we've really found in our in-house teams is that over the years, we've often copied different methods of paying bonuses and hourly rates accompanying that. And for me, I think the bonuses are quite important. I know a lot of the industry has moved away from a commission-based system, which I'm glad we have, but I think the bonuses are really important for motivating the right staff. And I think historically, the way that we did bonuses was very much to kind of set parameters of average age, average donation, get this number of supporters in the week. And it kind of works, but we did have this kind of perpetual grumble from fundraisers that, you know, oh, but I get massive donations, but I was one sign up off, but I've raised loads of money and I've not got my bonus, or I haven't hit my target. And, you know, then they could go into a performance review system or something, when actually they've raised quite a lot of money and their attrition is really good. And equally, you get those fundraisers who say, look, I brought in double the signups of someone else, but I'm not very good at asking for a high average donation. And it was always this kind of backwards and forwards. And because average age is so important when it comes to retention of supporters, we always had an average age in place. But it was difficult because, you know, you could get a 21-year-old supporter and a 90-year-old supporter. Neither of them were in the kind of range that we were really looking for in a really quality supporter, but the average age would end up to be good. So you could get real differences in fundraiser quality and supporter quality, but have the KPIs to actually be the same. So we wanted to kind of rethink how we did this system and reward people as fairly as possible and also be as transparent as possible with fundraisers. So we went to our data team and we asked them to find out what were the biggest drivers for supporter retention. You know, we looked at everything from email opt-ins to demographic of where they lived, average age, etc. And basically, when it came down to it, there was three main things that made the difference of how long that person gives for. And that was whether they give monthly, quarterly, or biannually. There's very much little difference between that, or whether they give annually. We have 4 methods of donating. And the next thing was the age of the supporter and how much they give. But it was the intersectionality of the age with the donation amount that made the biggest difference. And so we formed our system around that. And we came up with this table. And I asked the data team to come up with, it's not quite a lifetime value, it's a 5-year value of a donor. So for example, looking at the table on the left-hand side, if a 40-year-old donates £10 a month, that value is £280 to Greenpeace in a lifetime of that donor or within 5 years of them giving. If that 40-year-old donates £5, their lifetime value to us is worth £151. And so we got this value of what that donor was kind of worth to us. This didn't include upgrades. It's really complicated to add that in. But just on the work that one face-to-face fundraiser's done, if they didn't have an upgrade, this is what how much money they would bring in. And what we did is we turned that value into a points system. And we just said that the number of pounds that you bring in is worth this number of points. And then we just gave them a target for points in the week. For example, you know, if they do a 5-day week, we'd be hoping that they would go for 1,750 points. So in that week, they also finish the week knowing what their value to Greenpeace in terms of financial support was. And it's really motivating. They finish, you know, our top performers will finish on 3,000 points for the week. And we'll say to them, wow, you know, the work you've done this week will raise £3,000 for Greenpeace. And that will keep going on. And it's really motivating from that terms, but also it's really fair. So if you get a fundraiser who tends to recruit the older fundraiser, the older supporter with a higher donation, we know that they're worth more to us, and so we reward them for that. And those fundraisers that just sign up, you know, 21-year-olds for low donations, they're not going to hit their targets. And so we found it to be really, really successful method. We've also done it for annuals. It is slightly different sort of values for that, and we also have much lower minimums for annuals. So we have these 2 tables. Every fundraiser carries this table with them. It's in their pay structure. that actually when they sign people up using their Formanauts platform, it tells them how many points they're on, so they can see how far off their target they are. So it kind of looks complicated when it's like this, but it's all in the system calculated for them. So it's not like they're having to do loads of maths or anything like that. And we've got the different kind of colored squares on here just to show them like where you're going to get the biggest bonus and what they should be aiming for, without having that pressure of like, you need this amount for your next sign up. They know they can go away and get 2 really low donations and it will make up for 1 big one. And so we're about a year on from this process now, and so we've done a bit of a review. How's it going? You know, does it match the model that we put in? Are those lifetime values actually still the same a year later using the system? We basically found that it is. That's the short story. We found that you know, if anything, the live data, which is kind of the last year of signups, was slightly better quality than the model that we put in. And the model was based on about the last 4 or 5 years worth of donors. So we've seen an increase in the quality of the data. I think that's partly because the fundraisers really understood the table. They understood that this was the value to Greenpeace. They really, it clicked that younger donor just isn't worth as much to us. So they really understood why they shouldn't be signing up younger people. It was no longer in their interest to do that so much. And we've seen a decrease in those younger donors by about 14%. And we've seen an increase in that sort of middle range from 25-year-olds to 55-year-olds. The slight catch with this is that this whole test we've been doing was in COVID times. So I suspect this is slightly skewed by that as well, because so many more people were working from home. I think we're seeing more of that middle range than we would have done when we've done door to door. So it could be partly due to that. But on the whole, I think we're seeing more quality donors coming in from doing this, which is really good. And as for the amounts, we've seen the kind of system that we use, it doesn't incentivize high donation amounts from younger donors. And so we've seen that the average donation has decreased for younger people, and it's increased for older people because they understand that the retention is better, and therefore they will bring in a higher lifetime value if they get a higher donation from an older person. So I think more than anything, it's an understanding from their point of view of things that I think previously managers really understood, and I'm not really sure the fundraisers always got it. This table and this method really sort of makes that really clear to them. So yeah, that's the process. Questions?
Thank you so much. There was I only heard it like we had talks a couple of months ago, and now finally seeing it and what the result that really looks great. I think about transparency to the fundraiser. It's about making sure that you really understand why these rules are in place, not just saying you're not allowed to do this, but actually communicating this, and that's a great way. I have a question. How did the fundraisers actually react to this? Like when they first saw this, how was the reaction from the face-to-face fundraisers?
It was really good. After a few grumbles on the previous system, I don't think I've had a single person complain about this one, which is really nice. Because a lot of our long-term fundraisers have been around a while, and they've often got suggestions, and they used to always have suggestions in the pay structure. And they haven't.
It's a crucial thing, right? Like getting a good pay structure is like an art form in face-to-face.
Yeah, exactly. And there's always someone who wants something different. But with this, I think they just get it. The one thing I missed off is just to say that we do take one-off donations now. And so if you take like a £10 one-off, it counts for 10 points. So again, pounds equals points. And they just, they really like that you can kind of like, it doesn't really matter how you get to the goal. You can do it in your different ways. Like you can have a more flexible approach to fundraising. Ultimately, it's to bring in this amount of money for Greenpeace. And so, they love it, as far as I know.
Great stuff.
Great. Awesome. Congratulations for this solution, Paula. Really. Just one question I have. Were there any issues when you started with this?
Not really, to be honest. I think it was just, it was quite long in the making, I think, just from the data side of things. And, you know, I think this was fairly new for Formanauts to do, if I'm right in saying, Max. I think we'd said there was a point system, but it was quite complicated with all the different things. But, you know, once it's in place, it's run really, really smoothly.
Probably as the face-to-face fundraiser, my first question would have been, do I need to calculate this myself?
Yeah.
So, yeah, cool. Very, very great stuff. Thanks a lot for bringing this and sharing. That's also great to see like a one year in hindsight. Very, very nice. Okay, so I will now add something which is a bit different, because now Paul has presented a very like a large-scale statistics numbers crunching approach, which is amazing. And of course, Greenpeace has all the data to do this. And I would like to present something which is a bit different and maybe also leads them over to Michael, to his topic. And for that, I'll just quickly also share my screen and the presentation I've prepared. 1 second. So you should see my screen now. Can you see it? Yeah, fantastic. So what we did a couple of years ago, we said, okay, we also want to measure donor happiness, because of course donor lifetime, and that is, I think, obviously the numbers that you presented, Paula, are probably very, very much the Greenpeace numbers, right? So it very much depends also on what's the retention journey, how specific do these donor groups react to Greenpeace, and of course there are some things like the age and the amount that will be have an effect no matter what charity you are. But it's the overall statistics, and the one thing that we also find interesting is getting down to the particular donor, so getting the feedback of each donor, if that is possible. And so this is one method that is used, and I think there are many different surveys out there. We didn't invent this. Obviously, Uber or any other thing we're using online is asking you for feedback. But just quickly how it works, and then we'll go to the results. What it looks like is basically you send out an SMS or email asking for feedback, and then the donor can press on that link, gets redirected to the official website, and then rate the conversation. Very easy, so we didn't want to have a long survey. Get as many feedbacks back as possible. 1 out of 5 stars. You would then give also a compliment. So it's a high focus also on getting positive feedback, because it's about motivating the fundraisers. And then you can leave a custom comment. And that's a very basic, simple tool. When we first presented this, we're basically three types of clients. The first part was like, yeah, let's do this, that's great. But some then said, okay, we will only get back the positives, because obviously these, they have signed up as a supporter, so why would we use this? And that was quite interesting for me, because well, of course we want to get the positives as well, right? And I did a lot of interviews over the last couple of months, and many people, when I asked them, do you have a rigid process when it comes to complaints? They all said yes, like there is a complaint form and you have to do a statement, and there's like track against the fundraiser, how many complaints and all these things. And when I asked them to have a rigid process to ensure they also get the positives, do you measure the positives as well? Do you communicate it to the fundraiser? Oftentimes the answer was, yeah, no, actually not. So again, here it's about what do we measure? And I think measuring the positives and communicating them to the fundraiser, it's absolutely crucial. But going back to what other people said, others said we get a lot of cancellations. So we're not using this, right? So that was in the early days of this feature. And what actually happened is when we look at how many people actually give a rating, 30% do give a rating on average, which is yeah, great success, I think, in terms of getting back a survey about donor satisfaction. And the good news is 4.8 is the average star rating we're seeing, right, across all campaigns that have this feature enabled. And only very, very little amounts are actually giving 4 or even less stars. And one very important thing to mention here is, of course, 5 stars is great, but 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star, you can already start going into being proactive, welcome calling them as well, making sure you really care about the feedback, and then they stay longer. So measuring these things is a very important thing as you start the donor journey very early on. And 10% actually leave a comment. And I want to share a couple of comments, but I only want to do one and read it out. I think it's actually from Greenpeace UK. And What the donor said about the conversation was that the fundraiser was exceptionally well informed with just the right amount of knowledge and passion, delivered in a way that made me think about my own views and what I want to do to make a difference. And such a great person. And the important thing is this is visible to the fundraiser. And I think that is very important. No matter how you do this, please don't just send an Excel spreadsheet with your call center results to the agency or to the team manager, because they will never make it to the face-to-face fundraiser. And it's a very tough job. And if we measure complaints and all the other things, we should definitely measure positive reviews and communicate them, because that is what really counts. And face-to-face isn't perfect, but we can keep up with the best with our satisfaction scores. And the Vienna Symphonica, I had to put this in because we're sitting in Vienna. These are the guys doing the New Year's concert, so fairly decent orchestra. They only get 4.7 stars, so they're not as happy with the orchestra than they are with face-to-face. And House of Dragon, haven't watched it, but also not as good as face-to-face fundraisers. And to throw me in as a comparison as well, just me trying to sit in a car, I've got, I don't know how I managed to get only 4.66 stars. It's been embarrassing. But anyway, so this really shows that it's important to measure things, because we do it all the time and we need to share the positives in face-to-face. We can't just focus on the negatives, and there's so much great stuff out there. And so, just want to throw that in. And we'll now hand over to Michael, who has, also think used some of this in the way how they interact with the face-to-face fundraisers.
Thanks, Max. I will go back to the donation feedback you showed us at the moment, but first I want to talk about another topic, solution approach we use in World Vision Austria. I would also like to share my screen to talk about gamification, and the donor feedback you showed us is one part of this. But first of all, I have to find a solution for this problem. Sharing my screen with you and the audience. So you can see my screen? Great. Okay, so let's start. Talking about a solution through deepening the collaboration with our external face-to-face providers. The results after we started with this solution were that we could increase 7% of the sign-up rates of the face-to-face campaign that year. We also could increase the average age by 6 years, and we could reduce the no-show rate in the channel face-to-face, working together with this agency by 50%. But how? As Max said, face-to-face is a really tough and challenging channel, but it's one of the most important challenges for all of us, all charities all over the world. We at World Vision Austria, we are working with our own in-house team and also with external service providers who are specialized on face-to-face, like Paula also in the UK did for Greenpeace. What I want to talk today is about gamification and about intensify the collaboration between us as a charity and our external service providers, because it's all about partnership and sharing. That's what I'm convinced about. And we found in this solution a possibility to share know-how for the face-to-face fundraisers through intensify the training, materials, the tools, innovation. We found a solution to motivate the fundraisers in an easy way, and also give the fundraisers the appreciation they deserve, because we all are convinced about it. It is a tough job. And when we talk about retention of face-to-face fundraisers, it's all about the recruiting is a problem, the recruiting of new face-to-face staff, and also how long are the face-to-face fundraisers working for us as a charity. And that we want to solve with this. It's, as I said, about gamification. But what is gamification. It's the transfer of a game typical elements and processes into external context with the aim of changing behavior and increase motivation among the users. We translated this on face-to-face. Because on face-to-face, it's the basic motivation of our fundraisers every single day, hunting for new donors, collecting new monies for the projects from World Vision, and playing with their communication skills. And we found a solution in the software, but it's not ours. We didn't develop it. It's a software solution which was developed, which is freely available for everyone. Thanks, Max. We only have seen a way to implement our interpretation of gamification and the right goal-oriented use for the face-to-face fundraisers. First, we used it in the in-house team, and then we made it available also for our external agencies as a competition for their fundraisers. So the backbone of this collaboration between us, World Vision Austria, and our external service providers is this gamification set. It's a set about 12 achievements the face-to-face fundraisers have to reach, to unlock. It's triggered about the most important and relevant KPIs in the face-to-face fundraising, qualitative KPIs and quantitative KPIs. And every time, so we saw a lot of multiple efforts in this use to optimize also the face-to-face channel, to optimize the face-to-face campaigns for World Vision. Why? Because agencies or external service providers are happy to accept any input they can get from us NGOs. If it's an input that helps them to better manage their face-to-face fundraisers. What agencies don't want is the feeling to be controlled too much. But if it's useful service, they accept it grateful. The more professional NGOs deals, that's what I'm convinced about, with the topic face-to-face, the more professional service providers and their fundraisers act, because we all want the same. It's not important if they're face-to-face fundraisers from in-house teams who, yes, I'm convinced about it, they can identify more with the projects, but also the face-to-face fundraisers from external service providers, from agencies, and when they're working for many different NGOs all over the campaign and all over the year, we all want the same thing, and that's to make the world a little bit better. So yeah, as I said, the gamification set we embedded is about unlocking 12 achievements. But first of all, what should be in an achievement? The achievement, as I said, is also an easy possibility for us to give transpiration, visualize the impact of the face-to-face fundraiser, but also to give them know-how about the project work from World Vision. So what should be in an achievement? It's a lot about culture. It's important to reflect culture and bring together the set of achievements that your fundraisers will love. We want to show the fundraisers their impact as a face-to-face fundraiser. That's also part of giving them their appreciation. And as Paula also mentioned, to be transparent and to show them, hey, how important their work is. And that's what we found in this gamification chat, because we can show the impact instead the face-to-face fundraiser has. I will show you in an example what I meant with this. Yeah, the design is also important, but also the triggers. Choose the right triggers so every aspect of the face-to-face campaign are covered. What do I mean? As I said, it's about triggers face-to-face fundraisers need to be motivated and to be focused on acquire new donors. So the most, what are every time to find the right answer, what are the right KPIs and the right triggers for the qualitative KPIs and the most quantitative KPIs. So here, for example, that's an achievement the face-to-face fundraiser unlocks for his performance, and how we try to visualize the impact the fundraiser has. That's one of these 12 achievements. It's called Chicken Farmer. This achievement is unlocked from the face-to-face fundraiser when he reaches a goal, a target of 7 signups, 7 new sponsorships for World Vision in this example. And when he reaches his target of 7 signups, this achievement is shown or unlocked on his device, digital device, because the most of them are working with tablets on the street, on his dashboard, on his screen. And so he sees instant, okay, I've reached my 7 signups, and okay, that's my impact. Chicken Farmer, because what's the Chicken Farmer about? You've fundraised over 250 euros, and therewith you help, as the face-to-face fundraiser, a farmer to set up a chicken farm with 120 chickens. Because that's an example for the collected donations, what we as World Vision can do with this money in our projects. For example, another example, I will go back to the donation feedback, Max, you showed us before, is it's also important to give this feedback, these 5-star ratings the fundraiser gets instant. We combined it also in this gamification set, and every time it's embedded in the welcome email. After the signature, after the donor signs up, he gets this welcome email with the information about World Vision, and in this email there is the possibility that the donor gives the face-to-face fundraiser feedback. And every time the face-to-face fundraiser gets this 5-star rating, his achievement on his screen is unlocked. I like feedback. You do a great job. You got another 5-star rating. Yes, we all, when I go back to this slide, these 12 achievements, we started this in collaboration with our external service provider and give them the theme, go on a collection of World Vision coins. We gave them a competition to manage their face-to-face personnel much more easier and to motivate them. And so the face-to-face fundraisers of this agency are all started to play this game, if we can say, to collect World Vision coins, because every of these achievements has a coin on the side. And it is about quality, successful face-to-face fundraisers. Fundraisers can collect World Vision coins for the most relevant qualitative and quantitative KPIs, because the fundraiser who collect the most World Vision coins over a campaign over 1 year of this external service provider wins a ticket for a field trip with us. Yeah, and when we talk about, okay, show the face-to-face fundraiser his impact, what's better than to take him with us in the project to show him what he helped us to implement in our projects. So it's all about this World Vision coins and collect the most of to win this ticket. So it's an easy competition for the agency to motivate the face-to-face fundraisers. It's an easy way for us to transfer know-how and make the work from World Vision more transparent, also for the face-to-face fundraiser, and to give them a competition they can play, and that they get also the appreciation they, as a face-to-face fundraiser, deserve in this hard job. Yeah.
Very nice.
Because why this game? Our thesis behind is when we talk about retention, also about retention of new donors, not just retention of face-to-face fundraisers. I'm convinced about this thesis behind. Happy fundraisers acquire happy long-term donors. Sad fundraisers acquire sad short-term donors. That's what I'm convinced about. Yeah, and through that, as I said at the beginning, as we started with this 2020, I'm sorry, we started before COVID. We could increase this the sign-up rate from this agency about 7%. We increased the age average of the new acquired donors by 6 years, and we could reduce the no-show rate about 50%. So for us as World Vision, this campaign was a fully success when we compare it with the years before, because we could generate an extra of 200,000 euros for the projects of World Vision. Yeah, short insight in our approach and topic about gamification and how we use it at World Vision Austria.
Very nice. Thanks for the insight. It's always cool. I've seen it a couple of times, obviously, being involved in setting this up. And every time I'm quite amazed by how much love also went into these little visualizations. So it's like really World Vision branded. It really looks nice. I think it's a very positive way to communicate. So are there any questions, Paula? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered, like, did you, from the point when you implemented it, did you make any changes to it? So if you were starting it again, you do it slightly differently?
Let me say no. At the moment, not. Maybe, one or two new achievements. Depends on, okay, what can we do more? But I'm really surprised about it. That's also, it's about 3 years now old, this project. It's also on point and quite successful at the moment. I have ideas about the future, in which way this all can go. But at first, we have to find technical solutions. But at the moment, it's, for me, perfect.
Nice. It's good if a system works, right? Okay. So I think now is a little bit of time for me to wear a different hat. I'm now morphing into being Andy. I'm Andy now from Barnados. But very important thing is, before I move to being Andy, I think we're now moving away from just speaking about direct debit, but speaking about beyond regular giving and direct debit, because when speaking about measuring the right things, we spoke about direct debit long-term giving, right? Paula just mentioned once, you're now doing also one of the nations, so maybe that's leading to the next point now. But a fundraiser is obviously not just a person who can acquire long-term donors, but can also be a person who inspires people to engage in different ways, or to acquire long-term supporters, not only via direct debit, but also other methods. And I think what we're seeing in some of the data is that this actually also has a massive impact on long-term support. And you mentioned earlier, Paula, that you are basically also doing one of donations. You added this to the mix of the fundraiser can offer. And how was that for you? Is there any, for the face-to-face fundraiser, how was their reaction? Was it like, oh my God, now I need to do like 2 things? Or was it nice, I've got more options? Or how was it for the face-to-face fundraisers?
No, they've been asking for it for years, so it was finally got to offer it. I think for me, it's, I've done a lot of door-to-door myself, and I think when you're talking to a supporter, they want to donate, and you can't offer what they want to give. It's like, it's awkward to say no, isn't it? And I always felt uncomfortable turning down any donation. And it's one of the reasons we do really low annual gifts. It's so like everybody can donate, and you're not just looking for the £8 or £10 a month. And saying no to all that money in between. I think there used to be like a bit of a feeling that, oh, well, if they can give £5, they can give £10. And I just don't think that's true, or they won't, or they don't want to. And so I think it gives a lot more choice for the supporter. They're going to keep giving if they've chosen to do that, and you haven't like forced them into doing something that they're not really that comfortable with. So I think the one-off donation, we do it as a drop ask. So if you ask them to do a regular donation, they don't want to do it, then at least you're walking away with something. And yeah, it's been really good from our side.
Okay, that is good to hear. And one thing I oftentimes heard is still people are wondering when you started introducing this one-off option as a drop ask, did you see any drop in like the regular sign-up rate? Did they all just start signing up one-off donors, or was it still fairly similar, just some one-off donors on top of that, or what was the reaction performance-wise?
No, it was fine. We got them on like our signups per hour rate was the same. I think possibly coincidentally, our sign-up rate actually went up. And I think one of the reasons why it's good to offer that low thing is because nowadays, I don't think there's many charities that are getting more than a couple of signups a day on average, or maybe at events it's a lot more, but certainly like door to door or street, they're probably getting 2 a day-ish. Yeah. And I don't know, when I started fundraising, you get like 8 in a day, and that's 8 times you're like, yes, I got one. Yes, I got one. And so we started introducing these, not even so much for the financial implication, but more for the fundraiser morale. That confidence that's so important in a face-to-face fundraiser, and a little £5 one-off will give them enough confidence to go on to next or do another really good conversation, and then maybe get a £10 a month. So for me, it's more about the fundraiser morale. And I think it's really important for that. But if anything, it aided our other signups. I was surprised how few they got. They don't get as many as I thought they'd get. And that's because they don't have a high incentive to do that. But I think if your training is good and your system is good, then you don't over-incentivize it, then it won't cannibalize it.
I think it's very interesting. But I think there's momentum that you have a fundraiser here in the US getting a positive spec. Yeah, that's absolutely crucial. And if you hear, I mean, World Vision, I've also did fundraising for World Vision myself for child sponsorships, and there's like €30 a month was minimum donation amount. And of course, you do get less yeses, even than with normal face-to-face options. I think same thing with now one-off donations, and it's really, I think it also links back to if you get the positive feedback back, or what Vision is doing with the gamification, that also gives you not the same amount of yes as a new donor, but you get the donor and then you maybe get another yes, a little push, you know what I mean? But it's very good to hear that the sign-up rate, if anything, went up. That's interesting. Yeah.
But as I can say, that are also our experiences. We started with our main offer is the sponsorship with €30 per month, but we started this year or last year with also one-off donations, and the sign-up rates didn't go down. It's on top.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So I also brought some data, or Bernardo's gave me some data. So I will just share the screen again, which basically links, I think, pretty much what you also said, Paula and Michael. I will just share the screen again. I hope that works. So can you see the screen? Yeah, right. So this is one of the myths, obviously, with what I just mentioned earlier. We're offering one-off donations or petitions or anything other than just a regular giving ask. They will go down, and as you just said, no, it doesn't go down. With Bernardo's, and I think probably Bernardo's is one of the most progressive when it comes to testing out new things. So what Bernardo said, okay, more choice is great, like period, that's always great. Fundraisers love it. And they do offer even more than just one-off. So they have many different products the fundraisers do offer. So they offer regular giving direct debit, so normal donation campaign with direct debit. Then they offer regular giving with the option to donate via credit cards or debit cards. So CCA means continuous card authorization. So it's credit card, debit cards. Then they offer one-off donation via instant payments, the same thing. So it's credit cards, debit cards, where you can take the payment as well, but just a one-off payment on the spot. And then they do, in addition to that, also lottery, which is because of regulatory reasons, just direct debit. And it's a very UK specific thing, so you can't, like a monthly raffle where you pay and then you sign up to this lottery. But they're offering like 4 different things to engage with the general public and different payment methods. And I also asked them the same question, okay, did you see anything in terms of drop of sign-up rate? They said no. And actually the team, yeah, was very positive. And they also do like a very low amount, like it's 0.5 per shift, so it's not massive amounts. But I then asked him, okay, do you train like the fundraisers, or do you pay them differently for one-offs, or what is your way of managing the one-offs regarding avoiding any negative effects on regular gifts? And the answer was very interesting. They said, actually no. I think they slightly increased the monthly target of how many signups, but it doesn't matter whether or not you're bringing all of them one-off or all of them regular giving. And still they didn't see a drop in regular giving, because the fundraisers, they do understand why regular giving is so important. And it's, I think, very nice linking back to transparency and communicating, and yeah, just making sure fundraisers understand what is important for the charity. And in this particular case, they didn't do any special reward or any special training. They just said, this is another option. You can use it, you cannot use it. And it's been very, very positive. And so, yeah, I think it's really, really the same as you said. And what I also did is I asked people when they use petitions at the dropout. So going in with regular giving as the lead, and then, okay, you can't make a regular donation, do but just want to sign a form against something or for something, just without a payment. And what came back is the same thing, not a problem with regular sign-up rates. And per day, 4.2%, also on top of the regular donor signups, which is, I think, a very decent number in terms of petitions. Depends on what you do with them, right? You can call them, for example, convert them later, but also no negative effects on the regular giving ask. And another charity I asked was doing a bit differently. So they started using petitions as an opener. So they go in with a petition, and everyone who signs a petition then also is asked, hey, actually, now we've signed a petition, do you also want to do like a recurring donation? And they get 2.6 signatures per regular donor. So, well, I think it's a bit, obviously, if you have like a 2 average usually per day on a regular donor, it's a bit more than with having it as a drop ask. But the important thing here as well, they didn't detect any negatives. So they actually measure this from time to time. And also they didn't see any problems with having this as an additional, or actually in this topic as a leading art even for the regular donation campaign. So again, I think this is about what are we measuring, what are we also not only measuring, but what are we enabling our fundraisers to do, right? So on this call, both of you allow to also capture one-off donations. That is brilliant, and that results in more yeses, results also more revenue, more donations, and that is, I think, contributing to the overall effectiveness of face-to-face fundraising. So yeah. And one thing I was also told to say is there was a myth, and that is that credit cards do expire. And I think it's particularly interesting maybe for Michael from World Vision, that there is this topic about credit cards expiring, especially in Austria still. And this is true for Austria, unfortunately. I have to disappoint you here. But for other markets like the UK, that isn't true anymore, because these cards do not expire. And they, again, if you offer not only direct debit, but also credit cards as another option to donate money to your charity, that also helps the fundraisers to be more effective in the long term. And Bernardo has given me some proof for that statement, because this is the active donors. And I need to explain this a little bit because it might be a bit confusing. The first month, the first payment with credit cards, you already get the first payment, right? Because direct debit takes some weeks to set it up, and you oftentimes don't get the first month. And therefore, you get in the first month with credit cards, you lose maybe 1%, maybe 2% because of refunds, but all the rest is processed like on the spot. Like you sign the person up, it's processed directly, you get the funds. Apart from a very small percentage of refunds, that is what you're getting already at point of sign up. But it gets even more interesting if you then look further down the line, where you see when we're comparing 3 payments, so that is first, second, third for credit cards, you have still out of 100, 83 are still active. For direct debit, only 72 are still active. And if you go to the next stage, you even lose more. So switching, if it is possible in your market in terms of updating the card to credit cards, definitely was a very good choice for Bernardo's. And this is something where the face-to-face fundraiser, speaking about retention, yeah, this is nothing he can really change if he hasn't got the option to do it, right? So it's about offering this as a possibility on the form as a way of engaging with the general public. So I think that was what was given to me by Andy. I hope I did a good job saying this. Are there any questions from you, Michael or Paula?
Yes, sure, because I'm quite interested to also use it in Austria, but I know it's a problem with the credit cards. You told, okay, in other markets like UK, there are no any problems anymore, but how did you solve the problem of the expiration date?
Well, that is something that was solved for them, I think. It's like basically the banks have to communicate the new card details. That's basically something they all should be doing. But in some markets, they are doing it. In other markets, that's not really rolled out to a degree where we would say it really has an impact. So in the UK, for example, also Ireland, or I think France or Turkey, it's got a very good coverage of actually getting the new credit card numbers. But I think Germany, they also said allegedly it's working now. But the problem is they don't tell you any exact numbers. They just say it's working. So you need to test. And since Austria might be a bit behind Germany in terms of developing these things, I think it might take a bit longer. But yeah, it's about testing. I think we're in close contact, obviously, with the providers, but it's something where that's the higher power. So, but also to mention everything, of course, many carriers do accept credit cards already, and there is a process to update them via, calling people, sending them emails. So there have been a lot of recurring credit card donations also before that, but now going to scale with face-to-face, that is something that now is just starting in the UK and Ireland with more credit cards, because this is really well working now. Yeah. Okay. I think we're almost done. I think we are even maybe a bit over the time already. So I'll just do one last thing where I want to say, first of all, thanks for listening in. I think it's very important that we do have these conversations on a regular basis. Please come to the Real conference in Vienna. There won't be the Vienna Symphonics playing, but a lot of great sessions and a lot of time to talk over all these things in a bit more time. I think it really shows there are many ways to communicate, and what we need to do is communicate with the fundraisers, make them understand what is important to us as a charity, as face-to-face fundraising, face-to-face fundraisers. And so, yeah, if there are any questions, please let us know. And the next session is about donor journeys, so very exciting. And yes, so thanks for listening in, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Michael, for being part of the session.
Thank you very much, guys. Now I'm just going to bring on Max again, just live, just to say hello to Max. Hello, Max.
Hi, Simon.
In a year, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Good, very good. Really interesting session, and I love what you guys are doing. And you guys are always very progressive in terms of some of the tech that you guys roll out to these face-to-face teams. We don't have much time for Q&A, but there is something I wanted to ask you, if I can. Like, sure. everything we see there and everything you guys always talk about, it's like very exciting, and it clearly works and helps these face-to-face teams. But I'm curious, what holds us back from making these progressions? Like, why don't people adopt these things? Is it because I don't think it's just budget. I think, is it time? Does it seem like too big of a project for people to take on, or what kind of feedback do you get from people?
It's, I think, several things, but I must also say that especially in recent months, there's been a big push towards innovation and implementing new things. Maybe also COVID showed us, okay, there is maybe the need to do things differently, and also there was maybe also some time to reflect back and say, okay, what want to do. But yeah, of course, sometimes it's just taking risk as well. Obviously, that is a big part of it. And oftentimes there are large organizations who then jump on it and say, okay, we do have some budget to test out new things. And then small organizations can say, actually, I really like that, and I can implement this as well. But yeah, whenever it comes to innovation, no one really knows for sure what's going to happen. And there are some things which are easier to implement and some are a bit bigger. But I think if we continue to make progress step by step, I think that's the right path. So yeah.
And I guess as a sector, we are quite averse to risk. We don't really like taking on risk. So that's why it's good to see these kind of case studies of people who've gone before us. What have you got? What do you think is going to be the future of this? Like, what's I don't know if you can tell us what's up your sleeve for the future, or what would you like to see happen in the future?
I think payment is going to be a massive one, getting even bigger. I think now it's obviously credit cards, but obviously moving towards PayPal and other payment methods, basically making this whole thing seamlessly integrated. I think many years ago, people said, okay, the one thing is digital, the other thing is face-to-face. Now people understand digital is everything, also face-to-face. But I think having this seamless integration for payment is definitely a very important one. And I think in face-to-face in general, last couple of years, many people have been speaking about donor journeys, which is very important, obviously also the next session. But what we hear more often now is fundraiser journeys, because it's about not only retaining donors, but also retaining our staff, making sure we do have the fundraisers in the field, well-trained and happy to acquire long-term donors. So I think the focus will be payment, definitely from a technology perspective, and also, think about how we can make sure that fundraisers stay on the job for a longer time.
Yeah, I love that phrase, that idea of fundraiser journey, because there's so many people who just think of this like churn and burn, just get them in, just get it going. But it doesn't work like that. And I think coming out of COVID as well, people are very mindful of how they spend their time working, or if they spend their time working. So we really have to put some time.
I mean, in reality, there is this recruitment crisis, if you want to call it like this. There's like a hard time getting new people on. I think that's to a certain extent a good thing, because now we have more time or more need to think about how do we retain those people, how do we work with them. So in every crisis, there's also some opportunity. So yeah.
Amazing. All right. Okay, Max, always really interesting chatting to you. And I hope we are going to get to meet face-to-face next year, finally.
Absolutely.
I'm sure, possibly. But yeah, as you say, we're going to move on now to our donor experiences and our donor journey. So I'm going to say goodbye to you. Thanks, Max. And thanks for the session. And thanks again for sponsoring the event.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go straight into the next session. I'm aware we're a bit over time, so apologies for that. So we're going to hear now about, is your donor experience actually what your donors experience? And I love this stuff. I present on this and at some conferences about, we plot it all out. We spend ages with our spreadsheets and our flowcharts and stuff. And then when it comes to practice, it just all goes out the window. Or does it? Well, let's hear from our next two speakers. So we have Ali Jones, who is the National F2F Fundraising Manager in Oxfam, America. And then, of course, the First Lady of Face-to-Face. I haven't said it yet today, but the First Lady of Face-to-Face, Elspeth de Ridder. And we all know Elspeth. So we're going to go straight into this next session with these two, and then we're going to hopefully have some time for a few live questions afterwards. So over to you.
Okay, so it's great to be with you all today. I'm Ali Jones, National Face-to-Face Fundraising Manager at Oxfam America. I'll be presenting on what we have been working on to help improve face-to-face donor retention. And Elspeth de Ridder, Global Face-to-Face Specialist at Save the Children International, will be joining me later on, bringing her expertise to discuss more about the topic. So we'll end this session by welcoming your questions as well, thoughts and ideas, as we work as a global community to strengthen our face-to-face programs. So to start, I'll share a bit of information about my background for those who don't know me. In 2011, I changed my career from being a branch manager in a recruitment company in the health and social care sector to work in the nonprofit sector, starting from the ground up as a face-to-face fundraiser and team leader for Shelter UK in Manchester. Since then, I set up Shelter Scotland's first in-house face-to-face operation and progressed to direct dialogue operations manager with street, door-to-door, two-step and private site campaigns. before moving to the US to join Oxfam America as a face-to-face fundraising specialist. That was back in 2014. I was implementing and managing agency contracts whilst working on a proposal and budget plan in the background to start an in-house operation. So a year later, I set up Oxfam America's in-house operation, becoming National Face-to-Face Fundraising Manager. I've been at Oxfam now for about 8 years, and I opened offices in several states and had the opportunity to work with Oxfam International on secondment along the way. So at Oxfam America, I'm responsible for our overall face-to-face strategy, face-to-face acquired donor retention, and overseeing in-house and agency-led programs, and also creating an in-house path for face-to-face career development. We now have in-house phone operation and a face-to-face retention and engagement team that I manage as well. So I'm passionate about sustainer giving, the donor experience, and testing new innovations to learn what more can be achieved in the face-to-face channel. So excited to be with you all. That's enough about me, so let's get started. So donor journey versus donor experience. I'm going to be taking a deeper dive into how to elevate your donor journey, analyze donor touch points, and work towards a more personalized donor experience. So I'll start off with a question. Why does a well-planned donor journey matter? So you may answer the following: improves engagement with our donors, allows us to adapt our donors on the impact of their giving, helps donor retention, of course, allows us the opportunity to ask for upgrades or emergency one-time donations, helps build a donor pipeline towards legacy gifts in the future, or keeps a donor inspired and helps communicate our gratitude. So all of those things are correct, and I'm sure you can think of a lot more to add to the list as well. But another question, does your donor journey work for face-to-face acquired donors? When starting a face-to-face program, it might be that the face-to-face acquired donors are going straight into the general monthly giving donor journey. So what does that one-size-fits-all donor journey look and feel like currently? Do you think about the type of donor that has spoken to a fundraiser on the street? And does your current donor journey match the energy, passion, and conversation that the donor had with the fundraiser? Just looking at this slide here, this is kind of all part of that, initial kind of training and transactional part of the donor journey. So in a face-to-face fundraising team, we all know that setting retention goals, training the importance of data capture when signing someone up to become a new donor on the street, teaching fundraisers about the importance of storytelling to keep the public, connected with the cause and have a dialogue about the issues, and teaching the importance of leaving the conversation on a positive note so the new donor feels inspired as they walk away in the hope that they obviously will give long term. All of this is part of creating a quality-driven team. So with all of that work and all of that training and knowing obviously face-to-face, why treat face-to-face acquired donors differently? So for those of you that work with fundraising teams already, for those of you that don't, this is just a reminder that the donor journey starts with the fundraiser. The new donor signs up to the passionate fundraiser they spoke with and their experience with them. So why should that moment and all of that training and that experience that the donor had with the face-to-face fundraiser, why should that moment never be seen or heard of again? When I started the face-to-face program about 8 years ago, incrementally, after starting the program, I wanted to chip away and test how having a different or separate donor journey to the general monthly giving sustainer communication stream, how it would elevate the donor experience and see what would help improve retention. It started with the welcome letter, actually, changing the language to use phrasing like, wow, you're amazing, comparing that to the old one, just to kind of mirror the type of energy and then the type of language that was being used out in the field. Then we added donor selfies with the fundraiser quite early on. So creating also an Instagram account, which is our wall of fame, to build a community of like-minded donors and create leave behinds to capture the moment with the fundraiser. Then we did welcome calls within 48 hours of sign up quite early on as well, mentioning who the fundraiser spoke with, asking them about their experience with the fundraiser, why they signed up. And after that, we looked at the donor journey as a whole and added different emails that would go out to face-to-face acquired donors specifically, looking at the best months to send the different content. And then additional to that, we also created a text journey, thinking that the demographic would like to engage through multiple choice questions to keep the fun of the interaction they had on the street. And then birthday cards came in and anniversary cards were added to celebrate with the donor. So here's an example also of our text journey. So part of this was to ask donors to join our socials, giving donors a link to our Oxfam playlist to download music, and extra appreciation along the way. So we had a lot in place already, but when adding a more specific donor journey, creating specific emails as an example to face-to-face acquired donors, outside of the more general, the general sustainer donor journey, this is what we found. We kind of set a bit of a goal when looking at this piece. 3-month retention, we wanted to improve it by 3%, the same for 6-month retention, and we wanted to improve our 13-month retention by 5%. We actually found that we improved the 3-month retention by 2%, the 6-month by 4%, and the 13-month retention improved by 13%. So do you know what your donors are fully experiencing? So this is an exercise that we did. This is just a snapshot taken from a Miro board, if you're used to seeing those. And this was an exercise led by our retention manager, and we created a working group. So all the leads of sustainer channels all came together, so mail, online, face-to-face, text, and we put on sticky notes what a sustainer receives by channel. So I knew mine, I knew my journey early on and so on. And we all kind of did the same and put it all on sticky notes by month. And so we could see where a donor from a specific channel would be included in another touch point by month and by what communication stream. We then grouped the touch points into categories. So we could see what touch points were designed for cultivation, appeals, taking action through campaigns, and what a donor receives when they become delinquent. So as a working group, we added in links to an example of the copy. So it's actually really interesting to take a deep dive and to see what the copies look like if you're not aware, and when communications are going out across the board, so you can get a real sense of the overall donor experience. And all of this is helpful to also get a sense of what the donor may feel and what opportunities they have to be involved in other areas of our work outside of, the financial commitments that they're making. So this is another snapshot of our Miro board. This is kind of zeroing in more so on that early welcome. So you can see if, for example, by doing this, if a face-to-face acquired donors, if they're getting too many touch points early on or simply not enough. If your face-to-face acquired donors are going into the general sustainer pool, you may not be aware of what goes out when until you actually do an exercise like this, bringing in your leads of all the other sustainer channels. And on doing this analysis, you might be sending too many financial asks, as an example. There may not be enough personalized engagement, or the messaging may not be in keeping with the experience the donor had in the field. So thinking about further analysis, it's important to keep an eye on all touch points and see if the ideas are working. Some ideas may work better than others. Some strategies, as we know, could be seen as best practice, but may not be working for your market specifically. So with that in mind, here's an example of our welcome calling. So we had welcome calling very, very early on in our donor journey. You can see here, and this is just a snapshot of a month, Our US contact rate is known actually for having a lower contact rate than other markets, but I do strongly advise it is still worth bringing in engagement in any way you can. That includes welcome calls. They are important. But taking a look at this snapshot for us in our market specifically, we were finding that we were leaving a lot of voicemails and not a lot of people were actually picking up the phone to have that conversation. And over time, we saw this actually decrease to our contact rate being as low as 18%. So as you're going through the analysis, what you could also do as a tool is look at working on case studies. So we picked donors at random to find out if our planned, mapped out journey was in fact that donor's experience. So you can see here we have Alyssa and Bill. Alyssa donates $30 monthly, signed up in April 2022 by a fundraiser in LA. And Bill donates $20 monthly, signed up with a fundraiser in Austin, Texas, and signed up in March 2020. And you can see that their experiences are vastly different from each other. So Alyssa received a welcome call and gave feedback saying that Bailey was super sweet and super helpful, engaged in the text journey, and didn't receive an upgrade ask yet because that was too early in the donor journey, but is still giving. And Bill actually didn't have a number in the system because it was an invalid number that was entered at point of sign up. So didn't receive any calls or text at all. However, he did open 70 emails out of 76 delivered. He gave a total of 17 gifts over time. No upgrades because we were not able to actually contact him through other communication channels. He obviously got tired of emails. He opted out in July 2021 and then cancelled. So this just is a very simple exercise, and it doesn't matter if you have large organization and capacity to a very small organization with limited capacity. You can just take literally like 6 randomized donors and literally just follow their experience to see what you find. So testing and innovating. So I talked earlier about the passion and energy a fundraiser brings, why specific face-to-face journeys can make a difference, but it's about how we keep the momentum, the connection between face-to-face fundraiser and donor for as long as possible. So based off of what you saw earlier with our welcome calls, I took the decision to turn off our welcome calls after doing further analysis, finding something else to test to evoke the memory of why a donor joined the organization and the connection with the fundraiser and the passion of the cause. So I replaced our calls with personalized videos from the face-to-face fundraiser. So these are raw videos recorded by the fundraiser, could be in the street, in the cars, and they're just talking about what they remember from the conversation to help build, a further connection with the donor. So far, we have received great feedback from the donors and receive emoji replies or a full written response, and all of those have been positive so far. So I'm just going to show you a quick example of these personalized videos, and then just a few more slides before we bring Elsbeth through.
Hey Tamara, it's Megan from Oxfam. I wanted to send a huge thank you to you for taking the time to chat with me today. I know your day was extremely difficult, and the fact that you still took the time to help out others is truly remarkable. That conversation that we had really reminds me of why I do this job, and it's to find people like you. So thank you so much. Your donation's going to get to work within the next few days. It can completely change someone's entire world for just a minute with a meal, or really make the rest of their life the best of their life, because we work really sustainably. And you'll see that in the welcome packet and see all the work that you're helping us to do. I hope you get some genuine time with your family and friends this week, and I hope to run into you again in Ferndale or wherever we're working. But thank you so much from everyone on the Detroit team. You're a rock star, and have a great rest of your day.
So you can see here that we have sent it August 11th, same day. We got this really thought out, feedback from the donor saying to Megan, thank you for acknowledging and validating my thoughts, feelings, and ideas. It was great to meet you and truly connect, and I hope you have a great weekend, Megan. So early results from the personalized videos from the fundraiser. We've seen improved engagement rate versus welcome calling with a 90% play rate and a 95% engagement rate. So far, no early cancellations at the time of donors receiving this type of engagement. We've not had anybody reply back saying, please cancel or so on. And it's probably not news to anybody that the SMS, the text out is performing better than sending it out via email. So what we're also looking to do, just as a side note to that, is we're actually looking to further the personalized videos from the fundraiser into the donor journey, including impact updates, sending happy birthday and anniversary messages in a different way directly from the fundraiser as an example. And it's just so the fundraiser is a constant reminder as to why the donor joined Oxfam to elevate the donor experience along the way. So here's a list of key takeaways. Ask yourself, does your donor journey work for face-to-face acquired donors? Challenge the norm and seek out ways to continue to improve the donor experience, continuing the energy and passion from the fundraiser where possible and personalize. No matter what budget or capacity you have, you can always try small incremental changes over time. Keep analyzing your touch points and the timing of them as well. Follow the donor on their journey through your organization and build case studies to make decisions to improve engagement. Build out a donor map with your colleagues from all channels, all sustainer channels, and see what you find. And finally, innovate and test, and equally share in spaces just like this one. So thank you all for listening. Now I'm going to be joined by Elsbeth de Ridder from Save the Children International for a discussion before we turn over to you for any questions. Thanks for joining me to discuss this topic, Elsbeth. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Ali. And hi, everybody. I think a lot of you on the call would know me, but those of you who don't know me, so my name is Elsbeth, and I am Dutch, in case you were wondering what the accent was. I've been working for Save the Children International for the last 6 years as their global face-to-face specialist, overlooking 25 markets where we have face-to-face programs. To give you a little bit of a background about me, I came from a commercial background. So I lived in Australia for 12 years and I worked there as a commercial sales director. And then after many years, I realized that I wanted to do something a bit more useful with my life. So I spent a few months volunteering in Africa, which I think many of us have done, something similar. And then when I came back to Australia, I applied with World Vision, got the role as their national head of face-to-face and ran their in-house program for many years. And then after 12 years, I realized that Australia is really, really far away from Holland and my family. So I decided to come back to Europe. So I took a role with World Vision in the UK, where I then worked as their national face-to-face manager, where I built an in-house program for them, but also worked with an agency-led program. Then I changed to Save the Children UK, and after I worked for them for a couple of years, also with face-to-face agency programs, I then changed to Save the Children International, where, as I mentioned, I worked as the global face-to-face specialist. And now I've been seconded to Save the Children Switzerland as their head of IG. But I still live in Spain because it's a little bit more sunny here. So yeah, a bit complicated. I am Dutch, work in Switzerland, but live in Spain. So there you go.
Thanks, Elsbeth. So from all of your experience, what makes the face-to-face channel so special from your perspective?
I think like all face-to-face managers or facers, we could talk about face-to-face for hours about why we and the channel are so amazing. But to sum it up in a few points, I think we can easily say that face-to-face is the only channel that brings in the higher volumes for the IG portfolio and in the mix within IG. But also you can scale up and down very easily with the face-to-face channel. But the most important, I would say, is that it's a people channel. It's people talking to people. It's donors having the first-hand experience with somebody who talks about your NGO, about your cause. And if they talk about it passionately, and if they give the right information, obviously we need to get the right staff, we need to train them properly. But if they give out the right information, then this donor will have first-hand experience of why they should be a donor, why they should be part of your organization. Fundraisers are generally very passionate, they're very excited, they're very like high energy people, so it's easy to like them, it's easy to have a good conversation with them. And besides, it's like face-to-face is a huge brand exposure, whether the person that they're talking to are signing up with the FVA or not. But I think the biggest thing for face-to-face is that the potential donor is talking basically to a walking and talking website. I mean, what better experience can you get as your first experience?
And just digging a bit more into that, I mean, what do you think makes the difference from a donor experience perspective when they do speak to a face-to-face fundraiser? Can you expand a little bit more on that?
I think from a donor perspective, it's a very interactive, it's a very personal experience. And for many people, whether it's at the door or in a private site or on the street, it's their first experience with your NGO. Or it's their first experience where it's interactive. Like they might have seen you on TV, or they might have heard about you on the radio, seen your ads on digital, wherever they've seen it. But this, for many of them, is the first personal encounter. So this is also why I think it's so important to have the right fundraisers on the street, because this is, or anywhere else in face-to-face, because this is really where your donor journey starts. Like this is their first experience, whether they sign up or not. But specifically if they do sign up. So if it's a good experience or a bad experience, they will talk about it. They will come home and tell their families about it. They will tell their friends about it. So if we can make this a positive, a really good experience, then you've already started building that relationship with your donor that hopefully lasts a long time. So I firmly believe that when we have the positive experience with your donor at the point of sign up, then that will influence. I wouldn't say it's the golden cut, but I would say it definitely influences your lifetime value and your retention of your donor and the connection that they could feel with your NGO.
Okay, so I spoke about how at Oxfam we made incremental changes to improve the donor journey, and just saw the importance of having a different track for face-to-face acquired donors, especially early on in the journey. And how does face-to-face fit, do you think, in the overall marketing retention strategy?
I think because face-to-face is such a people channel, we need to have that in mind when we develop the donor journey as well. So there is no one-size-fits-all for all channels within the ID portfolio or within the fundraising portfolio. And especially face-to-face needs a bit more attention. They need a bit more of a honeymoon time when they become a donor. So, for example, face-to-face is much more a push channel. Like nobody wakes up in the morning, I think, today I'm going to talk to a facer on the street and I'm going to sign up as a donor. It would be very nice if people did that, but I highly doubt that happens a lot. Well, when people go online, for example, they see an ad, they make the decision to then click on it and to then donate. So it's a different dynamic. So that needs to be reflected in your donor journey. So for example, when a donor signs up with somebody, with a fundraiser on the street or at the door or in a private site, it's like sometimes they really just care for the cause and that's why they sign up. Sometimes they also sign up because the facer is like an amazing person, super engaging, very enthusiastic, and they want to be part of that. And they sign up because they like the facer that much. Or sometimes they might feel a little bit overwhelmed and are maybe a bit shyer and feel like, oh, I really like her, but I don't want to say no. So I'll sign up and then I cancel. So I think that needs to be taken in consideration when you develop a donor journey. So tailor the donor journey towards the type of channel that it is. Have a better or have a more in-depth welcome journey maybe for the donors that come in through face-to-face. And keep in mind that face-to-face is a much more attrition-sensitive channel than probably most of your other channels.
So, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, on paper, I know that face-to-face acquired donor journeys can look too much maybe to those who don't fully understand the channel, as we add further touch points to keep the donor engaged. And just going back to you saying that the donor needs a honeymoon period, I totally agree with you, but making the donor feel special and trying to bridge the gap from verbal inspiration to what the donor experiences as a next step can be tricky for those who don't have experience in face-to-face. So what are your kind of key must-haves from your perspective for the face-to-face donor journey? And I guess, what do you think the dangers are? Do you think in keeping donors acquired on the street in the general pool for monthly donors?
I think with any face-to-face donor, I think you need to thank them, first of all. So within the first 24 to 48 hours, thank them and tell them that they have done something amazing. This is the time they start evaluating, like, oh, I just signed up with somebody on wherever I'm at the fundraiser. Did I do the right thing? They might have second thoughts about it. So I think at this point, we need to make really sure that we start establishing that relationship beyond like having that initial conversation. So thank them and tell them that they are amazing, we love you, that type of thing. But just make them feel like they've done an amazing thing. Reconfirm that they've made the right choice, but also reassure that you are the right NGO for them and that their money is wisely spent. So I think if all of that could be included in the first very short time following sign up, that would be hugely important. And how you do that, I think each charity or each NGO should test that for themselves. Like, for example, you mentioned that welcome calls at one point did work and then later maybe not so much. But I think for any NGO, it's like that's where you need to test what works for you or not. So whether it is a welcome call that you send or that you do straight away, or whether you send an impact email like, this is what we do with your money, this is how you help and empower the donor, or maybe explain in more detail where does the money go. As long as you have a proper welcome journey that then goes into the eventual donor journey, that works. So, and the only way you find out if it works or not is test it, do A/B testing, find out what the reactions are. Are people opening your emails? Are people answering the calls? Are you getting enough phone numbers? What's the conversation like? I think with all of that, test it, but you definitely need to have a good welcome journey in place. And for face-to-face, I would say especially the first 3 months are crucial on both sides. So you need to work with the right fundraisers on site, wherever you get your donors from. And you need to work, if you work with agencies, with the right agencies, but also we as the NGO, we have the responsibility as well to put a good welcome journey in place.
And do you feel like, I'm just thinking of those, coming into face-to-face or thinking about doing face-to-face for the first time, might be using vendors and what have you. So just to kind of ask from a global perspective, what successes have you seen in terms of ways of working to improve face-to-face retention?
I think the main thing that I would say is like, make sure your basics are in place. It's always very easy to go for the new and shiny innovations and go for the new, whatever is out on the market. And then we all go for it. But so often I've seen that the basics are not in place. And with the basics, I mean like integrate your acquisition and your retention departments. So make sure that they both understand what's happening at what point, why it's important to have a good quality fundraiser on the street, or work with a good quality agency, or have a fantastic in-house that you build focused on quality. So you start working on retention on the acquisition side already. But then equally also make sure that your retention team understands what the face-to-face channel is. Like, how does the face-to-face channel operate? Like, what type of retention strategies do you need to have in place? So that's one of the main basics, I would say, like integrate your acquisition and retention and make sure that they talk to each other and understand each other. Then you can look at new ideas, like what's out there. Is it like, for example, a fundraiser who sends a personal video message? Or is it you do sponsorship, child sponsorship? Like, is it a child giving you a personal greeting from wherever you've sponsored that child from? Or any other ideas? I think all ideas could be good, depending on what you want for your NGO, what you want, I think, how you want to represent yourself. But with all of it, I would say, how much does it cost? What resources do you have to implement it and implement it well? Do you have the basics in place? Is it worth it? For example, with sponsorship, like the feedback we got from the field when I worked from World Vision, for example, is that it was great. We had this idea that we got all these personal messages from children that were being sponsored. But the people in the field then came back with, it's so much additional work that we actually don't have time to do the work that we're here meant to do. So I think you need to keep that in mind as well. So not just from your point of view from retention acquisition, but also what implications does it have further down the line. So I think all of that, look into it. What are your resources? What are your costs? What's the effect? What are the results from it? And see what works best for you, but test it. Again, test it, analyze it, but make sure you have the basics in place.
Absolutely. If nothing to take away from this session, it's definitely test. test. So just a final question from me. How useful do you feel it is to work as a global community to keep chipping away at improving face-to-face retention, sharing ideas and tests for continued learning?
I think it's absolutely invaluable. I used to run practitioner groups when I was in my face-to-face, my global face-to-face role. And I used to run practitioner calls between all my national face-to-face managers. And we would talk about, for example, all the basics of the channel, but also like all the new innovations or the strategies of reducing your retention. But all of it came back to you share with each other. So what happens in Mexico could also work in, for example, Indonesia. You might have to amend it for your market, but the principles are the same. But it stops you as well from reinventing the wheel for 25 different markets. Like you could implement the similar principles, you could adapt it, but you could still use the same principles. But also equally, you can help each other overcome challenges in your market. Like if you have problems, for example, with payment gateways in one market and they found a solution, then that could also work in other markets. To give you an example, like we had the IFL group, like the global face-to-face practitioners from the major international NGOs that we ran for the last 2 years, and it's still there. But especially during COVID, we met once a week, and it was invaluable because we all had the same problem. Like we all had all our markets shut down. Like we were all like, what are we going to do with all our agencies? What are we going to do with all our in-house faces, fundraisers? How are we going to get them on the phone? How are we going to retrain them? Does it work if you put them on a digital chat box, for example? Any of that. And we really helped each other. We went together to, for example, the digital or the technical suppliers. Like we need contact-free sign-up methods. Can you help us? So I think together, you get a lot more done. You learn from each other. You can benchmark from each other. You can share best practices, but also you can together raise the quality of the face-to-face fundraising in the industry and work together with your regulators. So I'm not saying we are this monopoly block, but I am saying like if you work together, you're not all coming with the same questions, the same challenges, and the same successes. I think overall, it really increases the overall output.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely. It's a great segue, actually, to turn over and ask everybody if they have any questions or want to share their learnings with regards to face-to-face retention. So over to you. Happy to hear your questions. Thanks, Elspeth.
Thank you very much. So that's our pre-recorded. So let's bring on our live Ali and Elspeth and say hello. Hello, Ali and Elspeth. How are you?
Hello,
Long time
I'm
no
good,
see.
thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. How's the last year been for you?
Up and down, turbulent, loads of things happening, but overall good. Yes.
Oh, that's good. And Ali, how are you?
Yeah, no, good. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an interesting year, obviously, post-COVID as well, and doing all of that work throughout. And it's great, though, that some of that work is actually carried on to our program today, or the phone work. So that's positive. So yeah, great to be here.
One. Yeah, well, you said, Ali, about innovate, test, and share. And I just want to thank you two. And really, everyone involved in this conference is very much of that mindset of innovating, testing, and learning, but also sharing. It's so important that you guys are so public with what you do and your results and stuff like that. So I do just want to say thank you to that. Just out of curiosity, why don't people share more? I mean, I find this with some charities are very tight with their data and very tight with it. What is it? Is it just an embarrassment, or is it they see us as competitors, or why are you guys more generous than some?
Do you want me to go first, Ali, or do you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think what I've noticed internally sometimes, but also with other NGOs, is that people are all very I would say scared to share their data, scared to share not just their, the bad results sometimes, but also the good results, as in we're giving away our competitive edge. I think that's behind it sometimes, where it's like this very sensitive information we can't share. But I think equally, sometimes sharing some of the, not all of it, of course, the sensitive information will actually help us out. Like if we do something really badly at Save the Children, then to hear that, for example, Oxfam is doing it equally as bad, that would give us a better feeling probably. And then together we can find out like what happens and how can we make it better. So I think it's I don't know, like I think the attitude is changing, but I think there's also a bit of like a scare to give away your competitive edge. And I think it's up to us that we can break through that maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you do, and I'm glad there's events like this and the face-to-face conference next year where people do come and share these. Now, there was an interesting question from Jojo in the chat box, which I'm assuming there's not going to be an easy answer to this one. But is there a gold standard? Like, why isn't there just a formula that we can all follow? Why is it different, and why have we not cracked this one donor journey that works for everyone yet? Ali, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no magic bullet, so to speak. There's no there's best practices for sure. So if you aren't doing the simple things like ensuring that you're communicating with the donor pretty much straight away after sign up, if we think about somebody waking up and not thinking about the organization, and you obviously meet a fundraiser in the street, just to kind of hone in on the legitimacy of the fundraiser and also the organization, I think is important. So if there's no kind of immediate kind of receipt type communications that's gone out, I think that's one of the first things to be looking at. And then also inviting them into, the welcome pretty early on. Obviously, I mentioned welcome calls, and for us, we did welcome calls for such a long time, and it's not like we'll never bring welcome calls back in again. Obviously, just wanted to test what would it be like if we were to kind of take those away and replace that with something else. So I think it just depends on the market, and also just digging in to the data as well. I mean, I think as long as you have your basics there, the other pieces are kind of interchangeable depending on the market trends that you're seeing. Obviously sharing is good to kind of gather that information, because it might not be a market thing, it might be an organizational thing that you might be missing a few different elements. So if everybody's doing well at one thing, why is it that your organization might not be? So it's really just digging into the I'm fine tuning really what you have and doing A/B testing on those different things. But yeah, I would definitely say looking at the timing is one of the most important things, as well as the basics.
And I mean, that's something you both kind of alluded to, is getting the basics right. And that's become like almost just like people hear that and dismiss it. But actually, it's really important for us to drill that home to you. You have to get the basics right, because there are so many organizations that aren't doing these simple things that we know work. And then maybe spending loads of budget on trying to do fancy tech and fancy add-ons and stuff. It's like, well, what's the point if you're not getting this? So talk to me about the basics. Why do we still have to keep saying this? Why do we still have to keep telling people to do the basics? Is it just a common misunderstanding internally of how face-to-face works, or are we just under too much pressure in terms of time and money and we just forget it? I mean, we're all guilty of it, I'm sure. Any thoughts?
I think it's a bit of both. Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think it's often a bit of a not fully completely understanding of how face-to-face works from especially like the board, senior leadership, CEOs, that level. It's not like what you do with other channels where you turn something on or not. We have a face-to-face teams, like you need to recruit them, you need to train them, your results will go down, we have new fundraisers before they go up, all of that. Market conditions, weather conditions. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding or not fully understanding of the channel, and therefore it often is thought that face-to-face is like, oh, you just switch it on or you just turn it up or down, and it doesn't work like that. So I think often teams are not given the right timings enough timings to set up, for example, an in-house. Like if you ask me to set up an in-house and go live in a week and you expect fantastic results, then you set me up for failure, and that's just the reality of it. So I think it's internal understanding, fully understanding of the channel, first of all. And I think sometimes we think we have the basics in place. I've worked as the international face-to-face specialist for the last 6 years. And sometimes I go to our markets and they tell me like we have everything in place. And when I actually look at what's in place, I'm like, well, I think we have a few of the basics missing here. And I think that also comes back to a full understanding of the channel and the realistic expectations that are being put on the team, like with regards to resources, budget, timing. So I think it's a combination of both. I think it's expectations, but I think it's also like thinking we have it all in place. And then we go for the new shiny new innovations. Well, actually, when we look a bit better, I'm like, well, I think we don't have everything there. So let's do that first. And, you know, let's crawl before we walk.
I think that's
the expression is.
It's so no, but you're so on the ball and so interesting. And that's one of the reasons I was excited about your session, because it is that idea. Sometimes it's like what you think is the donor journey. If you go and mystery shop yourself or you put yourself through it, sometimes it's very what's the word? I was going to say alarming was the word I was going to go for, but it's just like, oh no, this is not happening like we thought it was happening, or in the reality of it, you know, it just is so messy. So we do all kind of fall down with that. And I think part of that is maybe because these very often the internal engagement that's happening with the face-to-face donors is, or historically has been a different department, and they clump them in with digital donors or Facebook donors or any other donor. They clump them into that. And then you have, you know, you're trying to untangle that. I mean, Ali, you're in Oxfam America. Is there like, and I know you can only say so much about your co-workers and the people around you, but is a lot of your job trying to kind of educate people around you and trying to get like justification for these face-to-face programs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I first started, and especially kind of starting more on the in-house side, it was just about educating, and I think, yeah, well, definitely over time that has changed in terms of everybody's understanding. But just the simple things like a welcome letter that I mentioned in the presentation, you know, just looking at that as the first step, you know, just trying to change the language of that, and even, you know, if you are able to kind of change some of the messaging that goes out, you're trying to kind of join together what's actually being talked about on the street versus actually what's going out. And sometimes there's a disconnect there, because what might work in the mail or might work obviously online is completely different to kind of what works in terms of messaging in the field. So it's really just trying to chip away at bringing in obviously the expertise and just explaining you know, what works for face-to-face fundraising specifically. And I think one of the biggest challenges actually is highlighting that you need many more touch points for face-to-face acquired donors compared to those that have gone online and decided for themselves, maybe done the research already. That's a completely different track to somebody that's just been surprised by the organization that day and felt the passion from the fundraiser. So it can be a challenge, but it is one of those things that if you just keep chipping away and inviting colleagues to spaces like this, which I think is really helpful as well if you're having those challenges.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see lots of CEOs and board members at the face-to-face conference last year. I mean, I'm not gonna hold my breath, but certainly, you know, we should be inviting them and should be encouraging to attend things like this.
Can I just add one thing on there?
Yeah,
please. I think also what you just said, Ali, like, and you as well, Simon, like to invite CEOs to these type of things. I think what also worked wonders sometimes, put a CEO on the street for a day and they will understand the channel. They will understand what it means to talk to a donor, to just get them to say hello to you, to just get them to stop and then convert them. It's like we did that in World Vision when I worked for World Vision UK, and you know, I kept bumping into so many walls of this misunderstanding on face-to-face. So I said to them, like, well, I'll invite you to come out on the streets, and you only have to do 2 hours, but just get me one person who wants to speak to you, not even sign up. And after that, I wouldn't say it changed everything completely, but at least they were like, I now see what you're trying to tell us. And I think internally as well, there's this split between acquisition and retention often. Sometimes you go to an office and they have like, this is acquisition and this is retention. So, but acquisition also has that mindset, like retention is not my area. So I get the donor and then, you know, here you go and I'm done. But it works both ways. Like retention needs to understand acquisition, but vice versa as well. So your retention really starts with either selecting an ATC or building your in-house and putting that first fundraiser on the street. That's where your retention starts, not the moment they've signed up. But I think that's an understanding that's sometimes also missing.
Yeah, love it. Brilliant. All right. Okay, I'm really conscious of time. I'm just going to throw a couple of quick fire questions at you that have come in before we wrap up. So Enoch has said, to what extent can we leverage face-to-face on annual giving to reduce and eliminate time, effort, pecuniary waste? Very good use of the word pecuniary, which I'm going to have to Google later. But in terms of that transition to annual giving, we don't really often hear about annual in face-to-face. I mean, people do it, but usually it's only the donor's request. Is this something we should be exploring more or building on? What do you think, Ali?
We do offer annuals, for us, and we have found that people will give annually in the street. I think if you were surprised, giving it a higher amount in the field, but it does work. So those that are willing to do it, I think having that as an option, can work. I think it's difficult for me to say kind of how successful that has been thus far, because we actually started doing it, after COVID kind of had more of a focus on annuals. So I'm not able to share how successful that is. But in terms of the idea, I think there's nothing wrong with, I think it's all about choice. So the more choice that you can give to somebody in the field, whether that's by their giving level or how they can actually give, direct debit, credit card, PayPal, all these different things, I think that's just going to allow better retention, because it's not just, putting everybody in one box. And if somebody isn't comfortable with giving that way, they might just cancel later on. So the more choice you can give, the better. But yeah, I would just definitely test it and then track it and then see. I think that one of the things to kind of look at with annuals, and that's something that we're digging into now, is the lead up to that annual gift coming out again.
Yeah.
What more can we do there? And if you haven't got the basics right at the beginning, especially with data capture, you're not going to get a renewal of that annual gift. So yeah, those are the pieces I would just look into further.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And if anyone has any in the chat box has any thoughts on annual or any experience, then please do share that. All right, my final question is from Josh, and then we really do have to wrap up. But Josh has said, this is a nice question, actually. How important are physical welcome packs at the point of sign up, in your opinions? This is a question that, in my experience in face-to-face, has floated around for years. Generally, when you run out of a welcome pack, it's kind of like, actually, they're not important, just get out on the street. And then when you have welcome packs, they're the most important thing in the world. So tell us definitively, Elspeth, what is how important are welcome packs?
I knew a question for Josh would be a difficult one. They always are, right? I cannot give a definite answer there. What we're doing in our program in Switzerland at the moment is that we send a welcome pack the moment we've got you on the system. So then you've already had the welcome call. So we've already shifted those people that decided after they sign up, this is not for me. Also from a cost perspective. So I think it's equally good, either you hand it out on site or you do it immediately after. For us, they get it within the first couple of days after signing up and getting on the database. I think there's advantages and disadvantages of both. If there's a definite answer, I don't know it. I don't have this is the way to go answer. I think, again, test it and see how it goes. One of my experiences would be that anything that gets handed out on site or on the stand often is not so much of good quality anymore, because it's been in the backpack, it's been on the bottom of the stand, it's been on the train, it's been in the rain. So sometimes the quality of what you give out is not as great as what you would hope it is. What we do, what we're going to do, we're going live with our donor journey, our revised donor journey this week, is that we send the donor a video to thank them and tell them that they're amazing and we love them. Just a couple of seconds, but just as a thank you. Then once they get welcome called and they go on the database, that's when they get their welcome pack sent to them within the first few days. So not saying this is the ultimate way to go, but this is how we're doing it at the moment. But sorry, Josh, couldn't give you a better answer there.
No, that's a good one. And I mean, what you realize from coming to fundraising conferences is the answer to everything is it depends. And so that, yeah. I find that's like a safe answer for anything. Ali, final words. If you have a strong opinions on welcome packs, let's hear it. Otherwise, what are the wise, wisdomous words we should take away from you?
Well, quickly, I would just say about the welcome side, again, it depends what it is, but I think anything that you can do to evoke that memory of that conversation, I think that would be stronger than it being too informational. So, for example, we have the kind of magnetic frame. So if you take a selfie with, the fundraiser, then that's something as a keepsake that you can obviously put in that frame. So there's little things that you can do, and it's just about trying to attach the conversation to the memory, to them. That's why they look back and continue to give. I think, wise words. I mean, we're obviously still working on retention. It's not like I'm coming here and saying we've cracked it. We're amazing. It's just really about the way of working, I would say, is that one of the most important things, and those that kind of work internally, organizations, and who concentrate on the welcome journey and just the face-to-face donor journey as a whole, is really know what's going out there from other channels. And the more you dig into that, the more you can feel what that donor experience is. And then you can really do the A/B testing, test and analyze, switch some things off, turn some things on, you know, have a look at the different months that it's going out. You know, 1 year can change to the next too. So just don't be stagnant in what you're doing and just refresh all the time. You know, this work that I've kind of shared today, that's been over, you know, 7-8 years. So nothing all has to be done all at once. It's really just finding, you know, each year something new or something new to test, at least, to try and get some answers as to what works best.
Yeah, and I think that's a beautiful way to finish it. It's like, you know, even sometimes you look at these things and you're like, God, I'm not doing any of that. And it can feel hopeless, but it's like, it's baby steps. As long as we're progressing and each year thinking about what we can improve, then as a sector, we get better. So I think that's a great way to end it. Ali and Elspeth, thank you so much for your time. And I hope I get to see you again soon.
You're welcome. See you this afternoon.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Okay, right, we are finishing up now. So we're just going to have a couple final words, and we are going to be giving away or raffling a ticket to the face-to-face conference next year. So do stick around for that, and we want to get your feedback. From me, I am Simon Scriver. Let me bring up my name because it's not coming up. Oh, seems like I've broken something, but that's okay. My name is Simon Scriver. I have been your host today. I will be back in a few hours. We will be doing this all again. So we're going to have new, fresh live Q&As. We're going to revisit some of those sessions. You are very welcome to join us again. If you missed anything, do come back. If there's anything else, you know, if you benefit from the networking and the chatting in the chat box, then please do come back because that's all good. But otherwise, I'm going to say thank you very much for having me today. You'll see Stefan post the link into the chat box. Looking for your feedback. We really, really do want you to leave your feedback so that we can improve every year and so that we can get everything as perfect as we can for the face-to-face conference next year. And of course, you might win a ticket. So go on and fill out that survey. But that's it from me. And so all is left for me to do is hand you over again to Gunther, who is joined by Max again. And to wrap it up, let's leave it to them. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, Max. Did you enjoy the sessions?
Hi, Gunther. Yes, very much. It was a great summit again.
Yeah, I think it's like exciting, isn't it? To see all these best practices around the world, these great innovations we saw today. And I think we can learn a lot about how to develop face-to-face fundraising in the future, isn't it?
Totally. And I think it's a great testament to the fact that there is so much to learn. There's so much expertise out there. As we've seen on the various panels, discussions, and I think it's just, you know, scratching the surface of, you know, how much knowledge is out there and how much people want to share this knowledge. And so I'm really looking forward, obviously, to not only doing this online, but yeah, today was a great kickoff again, great reminder of why this is so important.
Yeah, and to remind also our guests today, we have already 1 or 2 global face-to-face summits, so you can also see what the issues were around in those summits. But we have to make also an announcement today, isn't it?
Exactly. So there is exciting news to share. So obviously this was great. Online summits are amazing, but luckily there is something even better on the horizon. And so we're very happy to announce that there will be, again, another attempt to doing the real face-to-face Congress in Vienna. And I'm very excited because I think when this was tried to set up for the first time, obviously then COVID happened, and it would have been great back then. But I think through COVID, we all grew together even more as a community. And this will be an amazing event next year.
And it will be in June next year. And I think we have something for all the people who give our feedback to this today's event. Would you like to say more about that, what you can offer all our participants today?
So yes, there's going to be a feedback survey. Thing's going to be in the chat below, and so when you click on that link, you can make the survey, because we want to find out what did you like about obviously the summit today, but also looking forward to next year. What is it that you want to see there? Are you interested in attending the Congress next year? And this is going to be on that link, so please press there and give us your feedback and what you're looking forward to seeing on the Congress next year. And I think there is one very special thing that we're going to give away, if I'm not mistaken, Günther. So I think there is a free ticket that will be given away, one of the many tickets that you can all still buy. And I need something from you, Günther, now. I think there is...
What do you need from me?
Yes, nothing crazy this time. The only thing I need is a number between 1 and 650. By the way, 650 is the number of participants that were on the summit today. And why we need this is because of all participants who fill in the survey and give us their feedback. There will be one ticket for the real conference given away for free. So, Günther, do you want to be our magic number person?
Okay. Because I don't have a head to pull around the number, but let's say 199. What do you say about that?
199 is very good. That's very good number. Good choice. So yeah, Mr. or Mrs. 199, congratulations. You just won a ticket. And so we're looking forward to seeing you at the meeting in person convention, the face-to-face convention next year. Make sure you fill in the survey for your chance to win. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you next year.
So thank you so much for joining us today in this global face-to-face online summit. And hopefully we see us again in next year here in Vienna for the first international face-to-face congress in person. Join us next year.